Just a 2-minute warning to go ahead and silence your phones or put them on vibrate. Thank you. All right, it is 6:30. Today is August 2nd, and I'm opening it up for the Town of Eatonville workshop. Just a quick note that our first presenter, Mr. Glover, is not here yet. We haven't heard from him, so we're gonna move on. However, should he come in after we've started, then we can determine when we're forward. All right, so your first item on the agenda Under presentations and awards, Mr. Mark Glover. Now we're down to council discussion, accountability of equal and fair treatment of utility payments. Ms. Randall. I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council Chair, Attorney. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Take my mask off. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council, all officials, and citizens and residents of Eatonville. Yes, the accountability of equal and fair treatment as far as utility bills. The reason that I'm addressing this is because this has been periodically since I came on board in March. Different citizens will make comments about certain individuals or entities not paying their water bill on a fair basis, and they have to pay theirs, and they come up short. One gentleman said that he came up $17 short, and he had an issue about his water. Either it was turned off or connected or whatever the case may be. But it really doesn't matter. What matters is that we are showing transparent that everyone, including businesses. Some time ago, I just want to just briefly tell you how I ended up addressing this, and it came up again my first time. I think it was back in early April. I think it was, and it was in May. It was in May. I have received conversations and incidents and conversations with different people who says that there's several businesses, I mean, a business, I would say that, has a water bill of $10,000. And it was unfair that this person or this entity is allowed to have a water bill that high. Well, I did talk to that particular person, and the person informed me that the reason that the bill was high, and I don't know what the present balance is now, but I understand it has been consistently thousands of dollars. And the owner stated that what happened was some time ago, and I don't know exactly when, there was a mistake that was made to the businesses concerning the rate. And over a period of time, when it was caught, the bill escalated to a very high amount, and that's how it reached $10,000, but not necessarily just that. So he says that when it was brought to his attention, he brought it to the attention of the town stated that they were going to straighten this matter out. I don't know how long this has been, but I did talk to, back in April or early May, Mr. English about it outside, and Mr. English stated that yeah, he's aware of it, but it's been an unresolved issue. Okay. Then the owner stated that he informed the officials of Eatonville once they straightened out the water error, he'd be more than glad to pay his water bill. And so, Attorney Dean Mosley also, when I asked him about it a couple of months ago that he was still on board, he informed me of the same thing. He says that it's lots of money that will have to be accounted for as far as to the businesses. So my issue is that if we know that we have made a mistake and we have been performing in a very inefficient way as far as managing the bills, once we caught that mistake, we have a right as a government, a local government, to inform those businesses that we made a mistake and there was an error on our part with the calculation of the water rates. Therefore, I feel that these businesses are due a credit, whether or not it will be spread out over a year or whatever. I don't know everyone's circumstances. I don't know the individual bills. But I really would like for that to be looked into because that's unfair. And it's money that the city is due these business owners. They owe us money, then we need to collect. If we have businesses and individuals, residents who are not paying their utility bill, it needs to be dealt with. And I think it's more than fair. We all sit here and make decisions about what's right and what's wrong. So we need to make a decision about this particular situation and get this under control. So therefore, I will be asking again an information request as to what we're going to do about this issue. And when did this incident happen? And why is it all this long time for a couple of years, or maybe, I don't know how long it's been, but it seems to me this has been going on for over a year. This has not been taken care of. So we need to move forward and take care of this once and for all. And settle this matter with our local businesses. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, did you take note of that? Okay. Councilwoman, I did have a question. When was the last time you yes.
Yes.
You said Mayor.
It was in May when I did speak to the owner. And I spoke to Mr. English in early May. And he did give me a brief background about the incident, but it has not been resolved.
I just can't remember what we had discussions, but in regards to one particular, we had already had discussions regarding that, so we can get back to you.
All right, thank you.
The second item for discussion is of the Lake Lovely Neighborhood Hungerford Lake Park improvements. And I'll go ahead and start with this. When I was installed on March 15th, Mr. Randolph came to me and stated that a grant that he had requested with the county that he thought he was getting, he said, we're not gonna get that money. So when I looked into it, the grant had been submitted to the county, and they stated that the items on their grant that the Lake Lovely Neighborhood Association thought that they would receive, many of them fell under the auspices of the town. The one item that did not fall under the auspices of the town, they could not get funded for it again and had to wait, I think, 3 years. So because the amount was low and we're entering the end of our budget, I wanted to bring it before the council to see if, and because it's under the purview of the town, the items that were requested, I wanted to bring it to the town council to at least consider funding those improvements. Some of the items, such as the benches, we already have, just a matter of installing them and putting the cement apron. So that's up for if anyone has any questions. You have the documents in your file for review.
So Mayor, you're saying everything that was crossed out was already taken care of?
It was either taken care of, or when I met with Mr. Randolph and a couple of the citizens, they decided no, they didn't want those items.
So we're taking it out from 17,300 to 9,950.
Right. Right. The only thing is you do see a cost, an agreement for the spraying of the vegetation. I would think that because this was dated April, that we just need to get that updated, but I don't expect that to be much more than what it is here.
And what line item would you break this out of?
This will be coming definitely out of, because some of the items are like cement, let me put it around. The overgrown vegetation, the shoreline, safety barriers, that fence, these items, I would first look at the public works department, the driveway, the benches we already have, so that's the benches we have. So the padding, again, the cement, I would look at the public works department, but we will confirm whether it's going to be public works or or parks, but right now it's probably going to be public works.
So everything come out public works?
Public works, the other option, and let me back up. The other option was a contingency. Once Mrs. Gibson just confirms how much is left in contingency for the remainder of the year, from fiscal year ending 2022, then I would also look at maybe using some of the contingency funds. Are there any other questions? Yes.
You're saying that we tried for a grant back in the past, and then you get the ones trying to make the services. That's what I think. we do. Sometimes we got money from. So if we do this for this part, so if we want for other parts, we do something, we do the same thing for this part.
Absolutely. I mean, the idea is that we hit all the parks. The only reason this came up is because they did already reach out to have these things done. It was in writing. So that's why I'm bringing attention to this.
They reached out to us or to the county.
They reached out to the county, but if you remember, they came to us in order to go to the county. And at that time, it's my understanding is that they truly thought that this would be funded by the county.
No, the county do have grant money for, I think it was parks and areas. So I don't know if we do it or we just out of it, but it's like that they can we can get it. But maybe they're talking about that.
Yeah.
This is the reason why, in the last month, we've been doing the neighborhood quads. This is a part of a quad. So when you come together as a neighborhood quad, and you have projects, this is what comes out of projects. So you have Lake Lovely, they just got back together about 2.5 weeks ago. We're going to do it about another week. And then you have a different quad. So when you become a neighborhood quad, and they have the applications available, they have a list of things that you can apply for to improve on your neighborhood. So this is the reason, this is how this came about. Because this part was already organized even over a year ago. So this is one of their projects. So you can have another project on something else that will pertain to your neighborhood quad.
And the only other thing I want to add is that because we have several lakes, I'm sure that the treatment that this lake is going to receive is something that all of the lakes will need. So we're also looking at definitely some sort of maintenance program for our lakes. Just keep the vegetation down.
So I recall this, and county commissioner, how much money did the county commissioner give towards this?
Based on this request, they gave nothing. Now, in the past, they had given money for the vegetation removal.
But on the cover sheet, it said minimum funds were received. So were funds
Yeah.
received?
Minimum 0. They received 0 funds for this project this year. If there are no other, are there any other questions? Okay. In just a moment, I will ask Mr. Mark Glover to come forward. And I also want to go ahead and take the moment to explain why this time I'm asking that he comes back before us. This is in regarding to the fee service request. If we, with all the empty lots that we have, and you look at the value of those lots on the tax roll, if a lot is say $10,000, $11,000 in value, the amount of money that we ultimately receive from taxes, when you compare that to what an equal share would be if everyone picked up the tab for emergency services, that lot owner wouldn't have to, the amount of taxes wouldn't be enough to even pay their fair share. So I asked Mr. Governor, I felt that it was worthwhile for him to come and maybe break it down even more. Because if we spread out the cost of the police services for safety and for fire, then we can establish a fair share program in our police services. So I'm asking Mr. Glover to just address this one more time and just break it down so we give this a final consideration.
Mayor, as we prepare for Mr. Glover, there's a PowerPoint that needs to be pulled up.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Oh,
Good evening.
I'm sorry, can I read this? I'm sorry. This is not for fee services. I'm sorry, this is for the ARPA funds. My apologies, my apologies.
Are you ready?
No, you're right.
Okay.
It's you, it's you.
All right. Well, good evening. Again, my name is Mark Glover. Thank you again for allowing us to be present on this evening. We have come before this council before, and I think that there's some significant opportunity for the town of Eatonville to be able to maximize the current ARPA funds. The presentation that we're going to be putting forth will kind of delineate some missed opportunities. I'm hearing the discussions about, utility bills, things of this nature. There's opportunities for some things to be dealt with regard to that, particularly for businesses, but also for residents in the historic town of Eatonville. And I've seen it done. You have to do it the right way, but there are opportunities for that to occur. Ms. King, are you ready?
It's downloaded.
So it's downloaded, there's not how.
You're gonna have to present from this screen.
Okay. You want me to sit there and do that?
No, go ahead and present and I'll check it.
Okay. I think Ms. Williams has a hand up as well. Okay, ready to go? Okay, again, my name is Mark Glover, and I'm with Line Strategies Partnerships. We have been working closely with the town of Eatonville. I'm here with India Donistork, who is the operations director for the firm. We've been working closely with the town of Eatonville, probably for the past 2.5 years. My background is that I've been in the management strategy consulting services space for the last 25 years. I was with PricewaterhouseCoopers for a number of years and ran the state and local practice nationally. I decided that I wanted to do something that I could be proud of, so that when the dash is between, Mark was born on this date and he died on this date, there'll be an indelible mark that'll be there. That my legacy will be proud of. To that end, as a native son of Florida, I know the importance of the historic town of Eatonville. What we have here is that we basically brought some world-class talent that basically resides in Tallahassee. These individuals are the likes of the immediate past commissioner for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Inspector General for the state of Florida, for the Chief Financial Officer. So when you start talking about the grants and grants management and the opportunities that exist that you may or may not know of, these are the guys that actually understand that and understand how to make sure that there's no negative publicity that the town of Eatonville, reputation of the town of Eatonville would suffer. Next slide, please. The opportunity is this. The town of Eatonville has been given, $1.1 billion in 2 phases. I spoke with staff. They do have plans in order to be able to utilize those funds, and that's fine. A spending plan is due by the end of August, that you will basically then be constricted in terms of how it is that you spend these funds. There are things that are allowable, there are things that are unallowable. One of the things that's allowable is if you, and we've had some conversation historically going back to a year ago, literally over a year ago at this point, where we were discussing being able to draw those funds down and put them in an interest-bearing account and have those, and those funds are unrestricted, meaning they could be utilized to do whatever that you all determined that you wanted to do without restriction. To my knowledge, that's not been done, so that's a missed opportunity, right? But that's real money. So we're talking about $800,000 at even 3%. That's still 30 grand, right? That could be utilized by the town for various things. That's one aspect. So the next component is the fact that where it is that you all have the opportunity to leverage up. Next slide, please, Ms. Kim. Oh, there you go. Hold on, I think you skipped the slide. Okay, that's fine.
You want me to move to the next slide?
Next slide, thank you. The grant opportunities, there are several. What we see here is that there are, I think my glasses are, I'm getting old. These are grant opportunities that are currently available that are actually due in September, specifically September 15th. And they do have a matching fund. The challenge here is that you all have the ability to utilize your ARPA funds to match for these other grants that you would typically not go after. So you have a multiplier effect that will take place. And this is just one example. There are several. The group out of Tallahassee understands it. This is just an example of something that you could do. I know that Mr. English is very, very interested in the Safe Streets and Roads program, and that there's things on the docket in order for that to occur. Instead of using 100% of the ARPA funds to do that, you can utilize the matching funds. So let's say you took $200,000 out of the $800,000, out of the $600,000 initial tranche. Now you've got an additional $800,000 just for that program. So you fundamentally doubled your money. And these are the things that I think that are available. I know that are available to the town of Eatonville, and with a little bit of massaging and a little bit of work and a little bit of support, you all will be able to get there. Next slide. This is yet another opportunity that's due September 30th. This one is, has a 30% matching grant. So even if you all went and said, hey, we want to basically do the broadband stuff, if we want to, I know that you all are doing a lot of that right now. But if you wanted to, utilize some of those funds in order to be able to pay for some of the things you already have, take, $300,000 of the 600 for the first tranche, and now you've got another $700,000. So just in those two examples, we're talking about $1.5 million more that this town of Eatonville would have at their disposal. Next slide, please. This is another opportunity for the energy efficiency and conservation block. This one, in terms of the maximum funds, is voluntary, but again, these are things that this is not a part-time job. This is something that somebody has to take on and be on top of, and the professional knowledge transfer that will be considered for capacity building for the town of Eatonville, so you all will be able to, improve as you go forward. Next slide. These are some of the opportunities that were missed, just as an FYI. The digital equity competitive grant program. This is something that was due literally 3 weeks ago. I'm almost positive that with the right support, there could have been some funds gleaned from that. Okay. Next slide, please. Obviously, the African American Cultural Heritage Fund. I believe that the CRA applied for this, if I'm not mistaken, and did receive it. But that doesn't inhibit the town of Eatonville for also applying. And we've had some conversations around that. So those are some of the options there. The bottom line is that if it makes dollars, to me, it makes sense. And I think that there's opportunities. There's opportunities to do capacity building. There's opportunities to basically leverage the funds that the town has been given through ARPA. And there's opportunities to be able to leverage knowledge base such that this town can basically get a multiplier of the funds that have been granted from ARPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Glover?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, sir.
How long have y'all been in existence?
The Integrity Group has been around for 17 years.
Up under the same name?
On this Blue Sky Emergency Fund, but yeah, they have a DBA as the Integrity Group.
Around the state of Florida, how many municipalities are you working with?
Probably about 18, 20.
And of those 18 to 20, let's say over the past year, how much have you secured for them?
Oh, I think I can get back to you on that. I can get you that number, but I will tell you that it's more than 20 million, less than $1 billion. Bottom line is that these are individuals that this is what they do on a daily basis. They're at the governor's, they're at the Department of Economic Opportunity, they're with Enterprise Florida. This is what they do.
So you say anywhere from 20 million to $1 billion has been. Any municipalities in the local Central Florida area working with?
Not to my knowledge. The majority of them have been more so the Panhandle, Bay County, Tallahassee, Gaston. But here again, understand what I'm saying. I'm bringing them here as a solution provider, and they would otherwise not necessarily Eatonville would otherwise not show up on their radar. To be real frank.
And you all are bonded, correct?
Of course.
And then what's your percentage?
The percentage, I believe, that was initially put in there was at 7.5%.
On a sliding scale?
No.
So a flat 7.5% no matter what.
Correct. And that basically takes you from inception to the workshops, which you all will participate in, to come up with, you have kind of like a Chinese menu. These are the things that the citizens that elected us say that they want. These are the things we're interested in. These are the things that basically, these are the grants that are available to basically be in support of that. We will then say, these are the ones that we believe that we will support, and we will work with you all as well as staff in order to make sure that those things get put forward. And it's all about the presentation that you basically push up to Tallahassee, which is important, right? And so it's 7.5% to start, as well as to manage, as well as for the closeout, because the closeout is going to be important because they will come back and do an audit, as you know. And once that happens, you need to make sure you've got your ducks in a row and you've got the professional staff in order to be able to stand behind you 100%.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
You said that you worked with the town of Eatonville for 2.5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
At what capacity?
So a couple of capacities. We have through Aligned. What Aligned is we are a holistic professional service provider, and we partner with other firms in order to bring them into service spaces. The 2.5 years goes back to the very first contract, which is current and existing, and that's for the Hurricane Irma claim, right? So we brought in Harvey Cohen and the Phoenix Claims Consulting Group, and so that group represents the town, and we just basically had we went through arbitration, and the umpire we're waiting for the umpire to decide. They opened up coverage on 3 buildings, one of which is Town Hall. They haven't opened up I think it was the public safety complex, and no, it wasn't Bill Johnson. We wanted to do that. Oh, the post office, right? So they opened up the post office. They didn't open up the rec center. Why? Because that's going to be more exposure. We put in a demand. I won't say the amount here, but it's it's 2 commas. Okay, and there's a significant opportunity for you all to put monies there, and that demand has already been put forth, and we've spoken with, and we've worked closely with staff in order to make sure that happens, so that your insurance claim is properly presented.
So your firm, what you do is consultants, and you find the entities to write grants. It's not your agency that's writing the grants. Is that correct?
The agency that will be writing the grants that will be assisting the town of Eatonville in writing the grants would be the Integrity Group, Blue Sky Management, DBA, Integrity Group.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
They're on state term contract. So all that stuff is all together.
Thank you.
Mr. Glover, I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that at the end of August, we would be restricted to what we can use the funds for. Can you just elaborate, like right now, when these funds became available, I think it was last year that we learned about them. I asked then if we had looked into any other opportunities to leverage the funds.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one of those opportunities, which is, I think it's important to consider, but how would it change? Like right now, we can leverage it for grants.
Yes.
But at the end of August, how will that change?
So what has to happen is that this town of Eatonville, every municipality is responsible for under 25,000 population. They have to submit a spending plan by the end of August to the Department of Economic Opportunity in Tallahassee, which is responsible for the superintendent of said funds. What I will tell you is that you can change your spending plan, but it basically puts you under another level of scrutiny that you probably don't want to go through, right? So it's best to shoot one. Measure twice and cut once. My granddaddy would say.
I don't have any questions. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes,
Councilman.
ma'am. Yes, Councilman.
Do you have a list of entities that receive grant funding from your firm?
Yes, ma'am.
Can
I think we-
can
I think
send
we-
me a copy of that, please?
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
give you my email address.
Yes, ma'am.
Send me a copy of that, please.
Duly
All
noted.
right, thank you.
Again, what's your name of your company up under the state of Florida?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
What's the name of the, group up under the state of Florida?
It would be Blue Sky, Management. That's what you would find it under state term contract. You see it?
Check it out. Good talk, Omar. I'm good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We can send it to you, the actual state term contract number.
All right, based on the agenda, there are no other council discussion items. This may end the agenda, so unless, with that in mind, go ahead and adjourn. Let's prepare. We have 20 minutes before our 7:30 meeting. So all in favor of adjournment at this point?
So moved.
Smooth. It's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Yeah, all opposed. All right, we will adjourn until 7:30.
Mr. Jenkins, good to see you. Oh, hey, you can. Good. You know, today is National Big Head. It's. Put my phone in. Well, yeah. So full on there. I don't think the two of them. Big head. He got a head. run that house.
It's not green.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And I did. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Give me a minute. Yes.
So you're not supposed to talk about it.
Yeah.
So when it comes up today, you can say that. So at that time, I can send. There's a, I'll send the form. So. It's very simple. Here's my name. I understand this there. And so, she files it. It's pretty easy. It's not. She's supposed to. I help her.
That's what I heard.
When she declares it, she's supposed to send it to me. So it's like, you know, it's just about. You really.
Oh, well, you know I'm good at every possible.
Yes. And I thought it was open.
Yes, so, I gave one.
Sit right up.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to ask that everyone turn off their cell phones. We'll be getting started shortly.
All right, it is 7:31. August 2nd, time of Eatonville regular council meeting. And I want to make sure we have a quorum, Mrs. Williams. You have a quorum.
Ms. King, yes, we do have a quorum.
Thank you. If we could all stand for the invocation of presidents.
Our Father God, we thank you again for the privilege that you've given us to live and live our being in this day that you have. We thank you again for this email that you have changed the things to be schools. To lift up the representatives. Where we can. Discretion to make decisions that will be beneficial and advantageous for this community. We also thank you for each resident of each year, continue to bless us to live in harmony community with one another, and respect each other's personality, trauma, and thank you for this mostly come before the education and update on the thing the way I feel is our community. We bless you and thank you again for all things that you're doing in through and for Eatonville. In Jesus' name.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we introduce the approval of the agenda. I now hear a motion to approve the agenda. It's been moved to second, all in favor?
Questions?
Yes.
Mayor, I'm asking in consent agenda that items 2 and item 4 stay. And I'm asking that you move everything else down to council decision for discussion.
You said 2 and 4.
Yeah, 2 and 4, they can stay to my appeal, but I'm asking the rest of them to move down to council discussion.
Any objections? You said 2 and 4. 2 and 4.
2 and 4 stay in consent. 2 and 4 stay in consent, the rest of them move down to council decisions.
Okay, so 4 stays. Because you want 2 moved, and all the rest are all council decisions.
Yes.
Anyone opposing it? All right, so let me rescind my previous motion. Because I need to redo the motion with the changes, correct?
Right, if even one person objects to the consent agenda, you can only take it off the consent agenda.
So do I
You can withdraw your motion and then move to approve the agenda with those changes.
all right, so I withdraw my motion. Wait, first and second. The motion is on the floor to approve the agenda with all items being moved to decisions, council decisions, except for item 4. Am I correct? Except. That's Councilman Washington was 2. So except for item 4. Is negative. All right, it's been moved and second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed. All right, so the consent agenda only has item 4. Next on the agenda is citizen participation. Mrs. King, do you have any citizens to speak?
Yes, we have 4, and the first one is Brian Nolan.
Council, Mayor, citizens, Ryan Novak, resident, Eatonville Avenue. Tonight, I'd like to briefly chat about the Mike Johnson CRA contract. I had a chance to review through the termination clause of this particular contract, and Councilmember Randolph, you had raised a question about the particulars of that. So I don't know if you guys had it or not, but just wanted to give my little take on that one. You would ask the question, should he have been paid out? Well, I guess that depends on, was he terminated with cause or without cause? That I do not know. So if it was without cause, then yes, termination clause does state that the term of the contract should be paid out with benefits. If it was with cause, then he should have only been paid out to the date of termination. To that end, this contract was an absolute travesty, and I implore all of you to not use this template for any employment in the future. A clause that pays out a person to not do a job is unreal. And this person must have been some sort of rock star, superstar to have negotiated that in the terms. A contract for something like that should be active. Meaning, both parties can terminate the relationship with any amount of notice given. That way, you don't run into a situation where you're paying out $80,000+ to someone not doing a good job. The other part of the clause where you guys can terminate with cause, it was too narrowly focused. I quote it, as a result of dishonesty constituting to a criminal act or felony. This very narrow and hyper focus on what gives you cause to terminate someone is, again, it's too narrow. If it were at will, if the person wasn't doing a good job and the council deemed them not to be doing a good job, then terminate the contract. Pay them their salary up to that point, and everyone. So that's my take on that one. So whether or not the town is owed back any money, I can't say. I guess I'll leave it to you guys to determine if it was with or without cause.
Thank you. We have Ivy Jenkins.
That was doing their household. Citizen, yes, town of Eatonville. Type of Jenkins, I'm living in 116 Mulberry Street. In the town of Eatonville. I have one or two small concerns that I want to share with the city. And this is basically on our sanitation and sanitary conditions. I notice the time passed. They here next door. You have a dumpster sitting up front every day with the lids open, state, and everything is, you know, terrible odor. And it could sit there for a couple of days. I don't know how long or whatever, but I know it's still was dumped today. But the trash have always been stacked so high, and the lids is not closed. In most businesses, there should be an enclosure. Those containers should be closed behind the gate, and it's closed. That container is sitting on this front property that everybody drives through and nobody pays attention. Why? Because it's been happening so long, you pay no attention. That's what happened to us now. And we need to think about this and do something about it because it's not up to the code of what things should be. And that they should be sanitary and should be kept clean. And that container should not be visible. And the lid should always be closed. I have the same problem with my granddaughter lived at 200 West Street. We used to have a dumpster all the time. Every time I drive up there, so thinking when I drive through there. I think it's on the responsibility of the city as well that we should pay close attention to these things that definitely need to be done. And also we need to look around and refer that building next door. Because I noticed toys that was not being used, stacked behind the building, but it should be in the dumpster. But that's another hazard that needs to be taken care of.
We've talked about this in the past and everything else, but you get used to these things and you can see things happen. You pay no attention to it. It's just like an everyday thing. Citizen now, we're coming home in the afternoon with our price service. Yeah. Doing well the best they can due to the condition it is, but they pay no attention to returning the cans back on the curb and not in the streets. Those cans are left in the streets every day, every Tuesday. Now the residents, they don't work by that, they come home and put it in themselves, but that is the responsibility of the holders. Now, I was wondering, we talked about this sometime in the past, if we could do anything about this, and which we should, because this is not according to the contract. We need to pay attention, we need to have a supervisor check these days, election days out. It only take a few minutes to drive along the street around the picture to see what happened. But we don't let them too much slip by us, and they're not paying attention to what we're supposed to be doing. So I wanted to think, hope that you guys will pay attention to this, that we might be able to think about it. And furthermore, there's some electrical power lines that the trees that we have overgrowth. Right away over the tree, over the power lines, the trees is hanging over the power lines. We have one over here between.
Mr. Jenkins?
My time up?
Your time is up.
Okay. Time up.
But if you want to send an email or to us, or if you want to call or send an email to finish up what you have to say to Ms. Williams.
Yes, we'll go.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we're ready for it.
That's the name.
We have Dwayne Rafford.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, council, Dwayne Lacker, 30 North Carolina. I'm here today because I'm extremely upset with the pattern that I've seen. A few months ago, I stood right here and I voiced my complaint, how upset I was. Now I'm going to tell you. Mr. Mike Johnson called me to his office, and he laid out a plan. He wanted the property that was there. He explained to me how he was going to do it. He also said he wanted a hotel, he wanted property next to it, and so on and so forth. There was a gentleman that came up, and his name is David. I think he owns the club in London. And he told me at that point, he said, you know something? I hate that guy. I said, hey, I'll hang middle of town. And I looked at him and I said, are you serious? And he went on to say, he's a white guy. I can't stand him. My wife is half white. My kids are half white. I was furious. So I said, we can feel later, I can't get my stool right now. Mayor, the reason why I'm upset is because that guy has no racist. He shouldn't be a part of any board, town, period. That he did. I know what you guys know. You know. And you know him, but you still playing it. It's crazy. I'm truly upset. I think the town needs to file face, separate ties. Let's go in a different direction. Now, Mayor, I'm gonna have to direct this to you. You said my house. people that you were with. Think they're gonna- if they have.
Thank you. Next, Mrs. King.
We have, Ms. Angela Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens. Couple things that I want to address that are on the agenda. Councilwoman Randolph, I would implore you to stand firm as far as the issues with the billings. I think the town's looks like the local system tonight. But I've spoken for several years that the entire utility billing, customer deposit requirement system needs to be overhauled, because the town of Eatonville is one of few persons that I do and provided a service that doesn't do a credit check to require a deposit or not. They're one of the only municipalities that holds deposits, and I have no idea when they refund them. Those monies should be sitting in a restricted account, and any interest earnings on those funds should be credited back to the customer's account on an annual basis. The decision that you're gonna make tonight with the integrity group, I would challenge you to take a look at the contract or the proposed contract. Nowhere in this contract, if you're voting on it tonight, as it states the 7.5% fee, unless I missed it. I would also challenge you to detail out how those fees are going to be charged on any existing or new funds that are received. I'm not, and then making sure that there is a clear understanding of what their role is that that organization or potential vendor will play. I know we're working through the property over at the school board, but I would challenge you to reach out to your counterparts, because I don't think that in any other municipality will they allow the overgrowth. The way that it looks, that property looks horrible coming down our main corridor. So whoever your contacts are with the school board, I would really plead to you to have them cut those grounds on a regular basis. Regarding the potential upcoming planning and zoning board meeting where there is potentially a developer coming back before the board, I would challenge you to get some information out to the citizens, so that the same way that we have a full house here tonight, that you may consider moving that particular meeting to the Johnson Center and adequately advertise to citizens, so that we have our citizens in attendance and not the residents from the other side of Lakeville. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? No. All right, so we move on to public hearing. Item number 1, approval of the first reading of ordinance 2022-3.
Ordinance 2022-3, an ordinance of the town of Eatonville, Florida, creating a new article and new section 1 through 9, inclusive in chapter 4, businesses, in the town of Eatonville Code of Ordinance concerning the registration and operation of rental homes, providing applicability, providing for registration, inspection, and fees, providing for required postings and notice, providing for interpretation and enforcement, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
The floor is now open for any discussion on this one. I'm sorry. Yes. It's open for the public. We don't have any.
this ordinance, is it just for homes or is it for the boarding houses as well?
It would be for any renters. So any residence that is not owner occupied and is being rented out would be under this ordinance.
So can you make sure that is in that ordinance instead of just having me ask for it? And does it also include the hotel?
Well,
Okay,
if
but
I,
it doesn't specify that in the ordinance.
it says this article does not apply to motels or hotels as defined in section 4.
Okay, so is that a hotel or is that a residence? What is the
A hotel is a room or rooms in any building or structure kept, used, maintained, advised, or held out to the public to be an inn, hotel, apartment, hotel, lodging house, boarding house, rooming house. So what you just discussed would be a hotel.
Well, I'm not talking about hotel, let's just be specific, say, in-town suites. Eatonville, that place down there. And why does code enforcement not enforce?
Code enforcement will be a major part of enforcing this ordinance.
Okay, but you still didn't answer my question.
What was the question?
Does it specifically say the hotel? Does it specifically say boarding house?
It don't say it's, that's
It's not-
typical property down here. Except
It has boarding house, rooming house, lodging house. A building arrangement used whose lodging with or without meals for compensation by individuals who are not members of the family. And it also has a definition in here for hotels.
I didn't ask for a definition, I said, does it specifically quote that and include that as part of this ordinance?
Yes.
Attorney, is that what it said?
I'm sorry, I didn't review this before. I reviewed this before the meeting only because I received an email that it might come up today, but I didn't help in preparing it or anything like that. I'm not sure what you mean by, is it part of the ordinance? It is, clearly, there's a discussion about the hotel. And then there's a lot of requirements regarding registration and other things. Was there a specific part that you were asking about whether or not it would apply to a hotel?
Because I think this ordinance, you said home. So if it's a home, it all depends on how you want to use that word, but if you look it up in the dictionary, it has several different meanings. So I'm asking, can that hotel and can the boarding house specifically be stated as a part of this? Don't, and if you didn't look at it before you got here, then who created this ordinance?
You keep asking about the word boarding houses. But boarding houses, rooming house, lodging house is a part of this ordinance.
Okay,
As
what is
well-
a hotel classified?
As well as hotel. Yes.
So
But for clarity, is it hotel or motel, or can it be interchangeable?
It says
Says hotel. Is hotel and motel interchangeable? Was it a distinct difference?
Those
Hotels
are different.
And motels are different. And
Exactly.
in the future, I should ask you guys whether or not I should respond to a member of the public, but both hotels and motels are preempted to the state for the most part. So they are a specific form of public lodging, both of which preempted to the state when it comes to regulation, as opposed to vacation rentals and residences. Which are less. So the difference between a hotel and motel, they are defined differently, and they're defined differently for the purposes of state regulation. I'm not sure whether they're different for this ordinance. I don't think so. But they're only different for the purposes of state regulation, as far as I'm aware.
and if you go down to the rooming unit, It does say it includes each and every bedroom within a structure such as a boarding house, a fraternity, sorority, a hotel, hospital, or restaurant.
Which one you saying?
On page 3. Is it right? Page 5, 5 and 20. So now,
Five.
room unit.
Okay.
So this includes each and every bedroom within the structure such as a boarding house, a fraternity, a sorority, a motel, a hotel, a hospital, a nursing home, a dormitory, a tourist house, seasonal living house, or other similar buildings.
Before I ask questions, public hearing over or?
Any, yes, ma'am.
I need to ask a question about the rental fees. The rental fees for once a person occupies the house, one-time rental fees for the people who are renting the house, or the rental fees are gonna be a monthly basis of the people who are renting the house. So how is the rental fees are gonna be orchestrated, and how we gonna receive their money from these rentals? Because we has some of the rental property here. So how we gonna orchestrate this? Or is it when they rent out the house or the building, a one-time fee? Or it's gonna be tagged on as a monthly fee concerning the rental property? Because these people don't keep up their property. They don't take care of their residents. The residents on my street is just horrible. The rentals are horrible. And we just need to really tighten up our rental laws and our fees to get these people to do what they're supposed to do. Because they don't understand anything till it hits their pocket.
So this would more be like in the form of a rental license they get each year. And at that time, they will also be inspected in order to get the license.
So it's once a year, but what happens once they get the rental license? This year, say it's April. I mean, we're in August. We're in August now. And you get your license in August. And to next August, the property and stuff goes unkept. There's nothing to find them to make them take care of their property.
And Ms. Greathouse, this is why we're trying to implement this ordinance. And just to go back a couple conversations ago, the ordinance was received from the city of Daytona. They have this ordinance in place to get control of homes that are rented. So Eatonville has about 700 residential homes. And it's kind of hard to put a number on just how many rental homes are in the town. But this ordinance,
Do we subtract home tax exemption? We'll know who is relevant, who owns it.
and that's another option too, that is a good option. And what we're also going to do is monitor the individuals that come to have their utilities cut off, because they would have to bring a residential rental application. So that is another way that we will monitor to see how many rental homes that we have. But
to Ms. Greathouse point, if someone moves in April, they get evicted in July, and a new resident or new person comes in August, September, is that same fee is it gonna be re-inspected?
This is where code enforcement comes in, because you can't physically go into someone's house without a warrant, whatever it's real. Code enforcement will monitor the outside of the premises of the house. And this is where a letter will go in to the owner of that property. Then before they can renew their license, because they are using this as a rental, the inside of that house would have to be inspected by the building official. That's where the money comes in.
What about if somebody in between it?
That's what I'm talking about. Saying if I read today and I'm kicked out in December, does the person who's renting the house has to pay another fee because they're renting to a different person?
Not the person that lives in the house, it's the owner.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Does the owner has to pay another fee
Yes.
because he's renting to a different person?
Yes, so
Okay.
that fee would carry the person that got kicked out.
So-
That fee would start over.
So for clarity,
Okay.
if it's two different renters in that resident, that year, it's a total of 2 different fees. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Two renters, one landlord. But the person that's renting the house.
The land, I know it goes to the landlord, I'm saying, so the landlord gonna pay 2 times.
Yes. Yes.
So it's a fee based on each time you have a new lease.
Exactly. And then, like I said, each year they would have to request or apply for their PTR, the business tax receipt. And before they can receive that, the property will be inspected to ensure that it is livable and habitable for their tenants that they have living there.
So there's an annual fee plus there's a per lease agreement fee.
Exactly. Okay, well, thank you. What's your address, Ms. Springhouse? You live on Catherine?
Yes, I live on Catherine. I live on 531 Catherine. And oh my God, the people across from me, oh my God, I just don't know. The rental people, they don't come see about their property. The garbage can is put out on Tuesday and they don't take it in at all. The garbage can is out the whole entire time. I have to ask one of the guys, would you please take their garbage can and pull it up in their yard? It's just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Angela Johnson, 310 Amber Circle. I have a couple questions. Does this also include apartment complexes, or is this only single family homes? Single family homes, hotels, no apartment complexes. On the tenant selection shall be considered, how do you govern whether or not, how do I ask this question? Look at your tenant selection. Landlord shall consider the following criteria as a minimum for tenant selection and will refuse to rent to any prospective tenant or other occupants found to: 1, false information, provide false information to landlords; 2, convictions, have been convicted of multiple, more than 1, drug or alcohol related crime in the past 4 years. Landlord may deny rental at their discretion for a single conviction. Sex offender registry, appear on the sex offender registry, and it is within 4 years of the date of conviction. Landlords leasing to a sex offender whose conviction is over 4 years must comply with this blank related to protected areas. Controlled substance, have been convicted of distribution of a controlled substance within the past 4 years. Probation and or parole, are on court or board pardons, offered probation or parole for more than 1 qualifying offense or listed above. First and foremost, do you guys believe in, well, I guess what you're saying is convictions within 4 years, that you're asking that the landlords have a higher scrutiny policy of not renting to individuals that have had convictions within 4 years. Is that what's being stated here? Yes. Okay. And you're saying that because this is all underlined, and you use the city of Daytona
Yes, that's what it is organization.
okay. Is multiple more than 1? Okay. I know the goal is to try to get some, to clean up Eatonville. But I think you guys need to also consider that sometimes people make mistakes. And so just consider that. And then you have this scrutiny on homeowners or landlords, but you can have a 400+ apartment complex that's going to be constructed where you have no scrutiny. got 2.5 individuals in a 400-unit apartment complex, you're looking at 1,000 individuals. If 2 of those are adults, you're probably looking at 800 individuals. So you're looking at 800 individuals that a certain percentage could have these same issues, and you have no concern about that.
And that's a very good point. I know when we had a pre-application meeting with a potential developer who was looking at the 7 acres, one of the things that he pointed out was that the town can go into an agreement with the owner of the apartment complex that the apartment complex is maintained at all times. So this would be something that the town would seriously consider once those apartment buildings go up, that the town does go into an agreement with the owner or the property owner who is going to be managing those apartments, that those apartments are always maintained in satisfactory condition.
Right. The point I'm gonna make is, if I'm looking to purchase a home as an individual and rent it out in Eatonville, because I have to abide by this ordinance. I purchase a home 2 months from now. Why isn't that same level of scrutiny, and why shouldn't an apartment management company be held to the same ordinance?
Well, like I just said a couple minutes ago, the town would go into an agreement with the manager of the apartments that the apartments are always maintained to certain standards.
So so that we look at the in suites down on the east end of Kennedy, and most people look at that as an apartment complex, because it's multiple people moving in and out. Why can't the ordinance be written now to govern the apartment complexes?
And I think that's something that we can look at to insert into this ordinance.
So are you asking that?
The same ordinance that's gonna govern me as a homeowner or as a landlord, that property management company of an apartment complex be governed under the same ordinance. Therefore, all you have to do is change your language to say that it's inclusive of apartment complexes.
I think that's something we probably, because I would think that at some point, each of those tenants, each of those sign their lease agreement, so then we need to make sure that, I would want to also make sure that if I'm on an apartment complex, then I'm on that property, right? So here's what I'm asking.
No,
Yeah, we
the
look at
apartment
the
complex is located,
That-
apartment complex is located in the town limits, correct?
Right, no, I
Home is
understand that.
located in the town limits. How can you govern one and not the other?
I understand it. So my question is probably to kick this back to the attorney for them to even see, is there a difference? I mean, I know in regards to it being in the town limits and all of that, but it's in regards to Florida statutes, is there anything that,
I'd have to look at it.
Right.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to look at it. I believe, I can't think of one.
and I had another question for you. When we first started talking, you talked about second chances. And then my question there is, when you read the first line, it says, and will refuse. And it says, if it's multiple, so meaning more than one. So if, are you asking perhaps concessions on here too?
Or I'm just telling you to take it into consideration, one, two, whatever. I'm just saying, take that concept into consideration, but I'm more concerned with how we want to govern individuals, but you can have an increase into the percentage of residents that move into this area. And if they're not equally governed, meaning as an apartment complex, you just brought in, you may clean up one section, but then you have issues at another section. So, and then I just a number, heard a couple comments here in the audience. If this ordinance, being that it's gonna be a first reading, and the question was, how did I get it? I did a public records request. There are other individuals in here that would definitely want to have been privy to be able to read through this so that they could speak to it this evening. So I would challenge you all to come up with some type of process where these things are publicized so that the residents are able to read it, vet it, and come before you with adequate questions.
I think it's time to close.
No.
Oh,
No, I have a discussion.
okay, so we're
Would you
ready
like
to
the
close
public
the
comment part of it?
public comment, and it's now open up to the council. Council.
My viewpoint on this, so when did we start this process of getting this ordinance from the city of Daytona? So this is a 2015 ordinance from the city of Daytona? I truly think that we need to take this back to the phone. I think there needs to be some governance out there when it comes down to boarding houses and the hotel and the nuisance and abatement and all those different things. I have an issue with, as Ms. Johnson said, second chances. I mean, some people just didn't get caught. I mean, let's be real. Some people just didn't get caught and put 4 years and all that. So I have an issue with that mainly. And then I start looking at the fireworks. Do we actually go through and police the fireworks now that goes on in the town of Eatonville? But we're gonna put it in this ordinance. Then when I go down and I look at violations, the first violation, $100, then 300, then 500. Now the one that jumped out at me says, renting without a license after 30 days notice shall be subject to $1,000 fine per unit and also be a misdemeanor offense. Keyword shall be. So attorney shall be mean must take place, right?
Well, it says, yes, shall would mean it must, though subject to could mean that the town has some discretion in how much it is up to $1,000.
Yeah, but it said shall be a misdemeanor offense. I mean,
Right.
we really got to do better when we bring in ordinance and stuff like that. And I think we should have a better way. So to your point, Ms. Johnson, I think there should be a link on the website so before council meetings happen, the residents can see documents and all that kind of stuff. We have a good way of following it. But as I stand right now, I think this ordinance needs some work, and I think we need to go back to the drawing board.
And I agree that it needs, we need to make some additions to it, but right now it has enough good stuff to at least put a tool in code enforcement's hand so that we know what is and is not allowed. If we need to amend it in the future, to me, that makes sense, but to go another 2 weeks, and another 2 weeks, and another 2 weeks, and we still don't have a viable rental ordinance at all, even though this needs work. I think it's still enough that we should, it gives us a starting point to put something in place where right now we don't have much of anything.
So Mayor, we haven't found any other municipality that has passed a rental ordinance after 2015.
I'm sure we can find one, but have they, I mean. But when you think about what we did. So to answer your question, I'm sure someone, just like if we approve this one, then they can say, well, Eatonville just passed one. Where did Eatonville get theirs from? Daytona Beach. And I think that's kind of the case all around. Whereas if we take this and mold it to fit us, at least it's still a starting point. 2015 or not.
I agree.
So I do hear you.
Yeah, I agree that we need the ordinance, but I think we need to really go through, take some due diligence and take all the stuff out that's not applicable and make it as more conducive to the town. I mean, if residents just seen this today, and they jumping up questions like that, we may need to.
All right, so, all right,
Is there a way that we could send some type of sheet out to the residents about this in the water bill? So that way they will be aware of what's going on, and that will may get them more to come to readings, because a lot of people do not have computers, things to go to a website. I think, in passing this would be actually the law. So before we pass a law in the town of Eatonville, we need to ensure that our residents have ample opportunity to share in, just like everybody here. So I think we need to send everybody a notice in the water bill or some kind of notice, to let them be aware of what is happening.
thank you. Anyone else? All right, so right now we have public. So what is your pleasure? Do we? Are you asking that it be tabled? I'll start with you, Councilman Daniels.
I'm asking that you take it.
High school.
Table.
Motion on the floor?
Somebody put the motion.
All right, so
Yeah, was there a motion?
So let me put the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is that we table item A of the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved in second that item A is tabled until further research. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So it needs tabled until,
Vote, ma'am.
I did. So
Okay.
it'll be tabled until. Okay. All right, the next item is item B, approval of the first reading of ordinance 2022-5.
Ordinance 2022-5, an ordinance of the town of Eatonville, Florida, amending ordinance 2008-5, adding sections 2 for procurement, purchasing policy, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
All right, so with this particular item, you received the procurement policy several times. Oh, I'm sorry, so it's over for a public hearing. Seeing that there are no statements, so we'll go ahead and close public hearing. We can stop open for council discussion.
I'll jump in.
Before you,
Go
if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So this is what, even though you have received the procurement policy several times. and it's not. You have to protect it. But it's the same procurement policy that we had a core resolution, so you should probably receive it. So you would be approving this based on the ordinance that's included and using the copy that you received previously. One moment, Council.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. We have quoted here, 2008-6. That was what And also you have a 2006-7. Isn't there a 2010-14? It could have been amended as a part of this. That's knowing. Because I mean, we have ordinance 1, ordinance 2, and you got a second ordinance, and now we want to do another. That's 4 ordinances. So we should not have all of these ordinances because they're like similar, but the same, they just basically being bigger. So what is the last ordinance that we have on file for this one?
Well, 2008-6 amended 2006-7. So this should be amending 2008-6.
I might be able to answer that. The 2010 ordinance was, that was the one that just added the Hungerford exceptions. Or I don't know if those are applicable anymore, but that was an ordinance that added some more information on top of what's in this.
So then to answer Councilwoman Randolph's question, should this be reading to amend 2010-14 or 2008-6?
Is this ordinance meant to basically codify, correct the problem in Unicode where it's got this in one section in the procurement code in a totally different section?
Well, it includes the procedures and making sure that all the necessary work was actually completed and documented.
So you don't technically have to amend any of those ordinances. You can just say that this prevails over other ordinances. But yes, it's if you're intending to bring the correct thresholds into the purchasing policy as well as providing for that procedure, yes, it should have been 2010.
See, okay. Councilman Daniels.
And then this is Councilman Randolph actually hit on. This is my issue that we constantly have ordinance that's out of order, amending this and all that. Why haven't we taken the time just to create a brand new ordinance? I mean, is our ordinance is it conducive with other municipalities and other ways of doing business right now in 2022?
Wow. So if just by the mere fact we're speaking of an ordinance in 2008 alone tells you that we are definitely due for an update in those ordinances
So,
and in our procurement policy.
right. So instead of just keep amending, putting this little section in because we were told that we need to amend something, why don't we actually take the time, write a good procurement policy and go forward with a good procurement policy instead of keep amending things? I think this is what we get caught up in. We amend this one, we amend that one, we add on. Now you gotta have, and I've always said it that whenever we're making a change from one document to another, we need to have the existing one and the other one side by side. Most people redline, so it should have been redline, so we'll be able to tell the difference between it. But I think that we need to just take this time and write a new procurement policy.
So one of the things that we know that we need is a new procurement policy. So because of the time frame, the time that I felt that it would be needed to do a complete policy overhaul. First, that's one of the reasons that in the budget, I am asking for an internal audit because they could be responsible for making sure that our updated one makes sense. Number one, they can also look at all the parcels and pieces that we have and bring it together. The other reason that this is coming before you right now is simply because of the audit of the CRA by the Orange County Comptroller, who stated that we needed to update our procurement policy. And so one of the quickest ways to do that is I asked them to send me videos. So what you have in front of you in regards to an amendment to 2008-6 is Orange County's procurement policy. So if we even think of the idea that Orange County is probably updated and we are invoking or use amending ours with theirs, then we in essence probably have a more up-to-date procurement policy. And I'm saying probably because I can't give you the exact details. In the meantime, if we fund the internal auditor, we'll get the town of Eatonville's procurement policy updated. But I felt that that would take time. And right now, this is to meet the challenges of fulfilling the wishes of that investigation.
Right, and I hear you, Matt, but again, I would say, even if that was the plan of action of doing that, I would have gone through and put it all together, do the fresh one, so you don't have to worry about reference to 2010, 2008, 2006. You would have one fresh document that this is what procurement is, instead of, okay, I'm gonna have to go back and look at 2008, 2006, and all of that. It should be one document.
I agree, but since we adopted Orange counties, I mean, it's pretty complete. And I hear what you're saying, but to fulfill what the needs are right now, I don't see any reason why we can't go ahead and make this amendment. I mean, we're talking about 2008, and the internal auditor can make sure that we go ahead and get a fresh policy for our town, which is needed. And I think if it's done right, it's gonna take some time.
And I keep getting you internal auditor, so we can discuss that later. Or should that be a risk management person, a risk assessment person? But the reason I'm questioning a lot is, like I keep saying this, is we've had issues when it came down to procurement, both in CRA and in town, where policies are not being followed because everybody's pulling out these different ones. And I think that's where the confusion is coming in, is what's the authority and all that, because people picking up different ordinances. So I'm trying to make a streamlined process to make it clean and precise. So if you want to do it that way for a temporary fix, as you're saying, then why don't we just combine it all together and create a brand new 2022 dash whatever and make a new ordinance for procurement, and then you want to go to the other way to do that.
And the last thing, I need you to repeat the last part of what you said. Okay.
So what I'm saying is, you're saying you're trying to make a quick fix and you want to bring an auditor in and all that. So what I'm saying is, why don't we take all this language from all of them that's applicable, that superseded, make one complete 2022 for right now, pass that, so then we'll all know that 2022-35, 55, whatever it is the most current procurement policy. And then if you say it's gonna take another 6 months, a year to actually do our proper procurement, then we'll know that what's the current document. Because we keep finding documents. So I'm saying we can cancel out a lot of this back and forth with, okay, this is the latest one, so all the rest of them automatically go away.
So I do hear you. But given that it's been April, May, June, July, August, and given that if we adopted Orange County's policy, not having had the time to go back to any ordinances in the past to eliminate or clear up, not that I want to keep doing it this way, but also getting us to a point that we have fulfilled what was requested of us by the county. And until we get to the point that toward this administration, that it is done correctly, meaning we have our fresh, new, updated policies and procurement policy and procedures, then I'm asking that we at least institute this. Because whether it's 6 months, whether it's a year, to do it right will take time. But right now, I can't, and I can't even, it should have been done before now. I mean, we're still dealing with 2008, we're in 2022. I mean, we should at least have one in 2020, 2021. But since we don't have that, let's at least get it updated based on what we got from the county, if we can use that to amend it. And until we get our own. So I do hear you, but it shouldn't negate using this, because I think until we get that done, this would work for now, but it's not something that I want us to hold on to as ours for another 14 years.
Right, but what I'm saying that is, so the 2008, it reduced down the threshold, right? And then a couple other things that went on. If we have these ordinance electronically, someone can simply go back, start with the latest one that's applicable, take out the other ones, take the stuff from 2008, put it into 2006, and then the one from 2010, take that out, put it in. You could have a completed document in an hour. I'm just being serious. I mean, if it's electronically, you can have a document within hours, because an attorney can go through and look at all the different ones, and he probably can have it done in a couple of hours. But my thing is, we have so many different versions, and we've broken procurement so many times. And that's my thing. We've broken procurement so many times, and it's not an arguing thing tonight. The thing with the planner and all those things. We have so many resolutions and ordinance out there that I can't even keep track. That's why I keep requesting to have them, so I can try to keep abreast of what's going on. And then I have to go back and ask former mayors and people that sit on council before to try to get an understanding of what is valid and what's not. So that's why I'm saying, can we gracefully, can we make a new one with all those same things that you just said, and then just call it 2022, and then when you get your other person that you want to, then we can look at making a substantial changes. Or if we had an alternative.
This would be 2022. They don't lost it, even though it's amending.
It would be 2022, but man, that means you're gonna have to have 3 to 4 different documents in front of you to keep track.
It appears, so to bring some clarity to this, it seems like what happened was in 2008, when that 2008 ordinance was passed, did not include a provision to codify it. So the thresholds in the procurement code and the other part of the code were never updated. And so if it had said that you should codify it and the codifier knew the code had done it right, you'd already have that document. Because right now you have to go to the 2010 ordinance to find the thresholds, and you have this threshold kind of confusing one that's not good anymore in the place where the procurement policy is. You can correct that. You can correct me there. But I think that's part of what this ordinance is supposed to do, is make it so it's codified. I'm not, so that it puts the correct thresholds in the place where it's supposed to be. And then you'll have that document once that's passed, though it'll be on unicode.com rather than in one, but then like a PDF ordinance like it is now.
But they're not on Unicode. That's my
Right,
issue.
they're not.
They're not on Unicode. So anybody who wants to challenge us, they're gonna look at the latest one, the last one that was on there, I think was the 2010, whatever one was talking about hunger for profit of 2008. They're thinking that's what our latest ordinance is. So that's why we have these issues constantly arise.
Yes, but 2008, I mean, 2006, so I hear you, it has those thresholds right here.
But then we have
That's what you have
2010.
in front of you. So 2010 was for the hunger for properties, what it's saying.
Right, it changed the thresholds to add an exception for
Yes.
services related.
So it did not take this away. It added that portion to it for the time it's here. So that's what I'm understanding. Again, I hear you, but I don't know, unless one of the things that will happen if we don't do it, we haven't met the request of the county. The second thing is this procurement policy also makes certain that the work that's performed, that it has takes the adequate steps in order to, before you pay the vendor. So there are still other elements to this that aren't in the others. You know, so I don't see any reason why we can't at least approve it.
When was the request from the county?
Pardon me?
When was the request from the county? When was the request?
Oh, I would have brought it before the council in May. At the May 17th meeting, that would be the first time, so probably in April. I mean, but I would have to get you the exact date.
So you don't think we can send a letter to the county and let them know that we're in the process of updating it, we'll have it done by the end of this fiscal year?
I'm sure that we can, but in the meantime, if we're talking about an ordinance, and if we are concerned that ordinances are broken, so when we go ahead and pass it? Because telling them that it's coming and not having it in place are two different things. Any other? All right, so public hearing for the motion is on the floor for approval of first reading of ordinance 2022-5. It's been moved. Is there a second? Right, that's right. The next item was moved down to council decisions. Item number 1, approval of resolution. No, it would be. I'm sorry, consent agenda for number 4, thank you. Approval of contract for Edna's financial and utility software.
So that was the consent, so we should go number 1. Talk about consent, you're on consent, right?
But you moved everything down to decisions, except for the 4.
You just approved the consent agenda. as a
Consent,
whole.
so it should be number 1.
Yeah, earlier you approved the, agenda.
Right, but
That
are,
was the approval of the agenda.
right, but are we changing the numbers or keeping number 4 as number 4?
You don't need to discuss the numbers because when you approve the consent agenda, you approve the whole thing. So you can just say motion to approve the, I'm sorry.
We already approved.
Approve the consent
number
agenda.
4 on the consent agenda. So now we're on the council decisions with number 1.
There was no vote on the consent agenda.
No, it was only for the approval of the agenda.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
Right.
under the consent agenda.
You
so I
can
move that-
move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
All right, so the motion's on the floor to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor, say aye. All right, down to council decisions, the first item. So here's my question again. Do I 1, 2, 3, and then pop up to number 1, and that will become 4? Just go in the order that they are. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so approval of resolution 2022-44.
Resolution 2022-44, a resolution of the town council of the town of Eatonville, Florida, approving new job position for planning building department, providing for conflict severability and an effective date.
The motion is on the floor to approve the new job description and salary, which is resolution 2022-44.
Second discussion.
Right, it's been moved in second. Councilman Daniels.
As I told Ms. Williams on last week, we're talking about adding this new position, bringing into our budget fiscal year. I recently, last week or 2, got all the job descriptions. I think before we move forward on some of this, we need to really go through and look at the job descriptions and get all those straight before we decide on adding an extra $35,000, $45,000 into the budget. My reason being is if you look at all of, and I told this way, we look at all of the job descriptions, they're not formatted the same, they have no functionality. So we may have some overlap in our job descriptions where somebody else can pick up some of these duties and we don't have to go out with $45,000. So I keep saying that we get the job descriptions up to date and we can easily go through and see what projects or what duties and responsibilities will be done. And that's
And then Councilor.
Yes, okay, my concern about this particular position, I know the last meeting, got, like a second. However, I had requested a list of permits for the last, couple of years, dating back to 2018. And according to the information I just received that today, 2018, we received 183, 2019, 151, 2020, 172, 2021, 171, and as of today, for 2022, 140 permits. So I think the issue was discussed of whether or not this position was actually a fully occupied position for a full-time person. And they have a salary range of $35,000 to $45,000. I'm assuming that that person will be involved as far as answering the phone, doing calls, and probably a little more busy during a construction period. Maybe now the position may warrant for a full-time position. But I don't really think that 140 permits for this year would probably justify for a full-time person. Maybe a flex person, maybe up to 40 hours if it's necessary. And we do need to look at the job description. We do need to tweak that. Also, on the second page, it says employee will required to perform other and job-related modular duties. I don't know what that is. And that should be a correction. Take that out. And it should read, the employee will be required to perform other duties as required. Because there are times that people are not doing 8 hours work or 8 hours pay. So they should be able to do other work other than what they're presently doing. So I think we need to look at, I'm in agreement of hiring a permit clerk. We do need one. We've had another complaint this week that was sent to me as well as others about people not getting the calls on their permits that they filed. So it is an issue. It demonstrates that we do need someone in this position. I'm 100% for it. I just think we just need to tweak it a little more and come up with some real requirements. And this person must know the land codes. So if it's there, it's not maybe there. I didn't see it in there. It said knowledge of permitting process, but they need to learn and know the land codes. So that way we can, we don't have to sit there and train people and also instruct them on what to do.
Earlier you said it needed some tweaking. Do you have anything specific?
Well, we just need to look at the duties. It seems like it's pretty well spelled out. It's just, some of this seems to be repetitious. When you look over the third page and the fourth page. And the salary, $35,000 for slide entry, up to $45,000. That's almost as much as the police officer making. So we need to look at that too. That's just my opinion. Oh yeah, I have another question. Is this position is considered a salary position? Because it seems like everyone that we hire, they're working salary and we don't have any hourly employees.
This would be an hourly employee.
This would be an hourly employee?
Yes.
Okay, if it's hourly employee, then it needs to state what pay of hours indicated in the job description. So when I calculate it, it starts at $16.82 up to $21.63 for hourly pay. And we have to remind everyone that when you're a salaried employee, you don't get paid overtime. You work 40 hours, you work 60 hours, you work the 6 hours, you get the same pay. Yes, it's fine.
Anyone else?
So could this position come in at part-time initially?
Ms. Gibson, do you? Mayor, yeah. What was the question? Part-time.
Yeah, yeah. We had discussed this position being like a flex position. Yeah, there may be times they may work an 8-hour day, and there may be times they may not work an 8-hour day.
Okay, the position, it says permit, but the position was recommended planning department. But the position was like in 2006 or 7, 6 or 5, it was administrative person / building permit. So that person also worked as the administrative assistant for the department. And at that time, the planning department was planning / CRA director. So was administrative person for that. And they also took care of the meetings for the planning department. They moved out the land building code of the site. They also took care of the business tax license and the permit. And all this ran up the plan. Not just permit, they also did the code. The code enforcement and building permit ties together. So this person was like an administrative person that took care of code enforcement, business sites, building permit, and anything dealt with the planning department as far as the historical preservation board. They kept the director of the meetings and stuff, all the meetings.
And so do you think it's full-time or part-time?
Right now, I think it's a full-time position, and that's not going to be doing business permit. You also, like I said, in the planning department, there is a lot of things, applications come in, we have application called form, and that deal with lot clearing, that deal with site plan. It's different other things over there, but this person will not just be sitting there doing business permit, it's other things.
All right, thank you.
So can I ask a couple questions? So what's the average time to do a building permit?
Average time? The average time is, so one come in,
No, I'm saying the total amount of time. it takes.
total amount of time, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna guess, I can't really tell you because I really have not done the whole process.
And I'll put on the bill permit that they're requesting.
On average, just give me an average.
Well, okay, so if you come in for a building permit, okay, that takes an hour to put in the system. Okay, once you get it put in the system and stuff, and then it goes to the university, you need planner to sign off.
I'm talking about for the time it takes for the individual here, not when it goes out of the time it takes
Okay,
for the work that person has to do.
Okay, because then Bob also said it too. So once they get the building permit, it's gonna take an hour, because you gotta go in, if it's a new contract, you gotta enter your license on both sides.
Okay.
You have to put the license in.
So that's 1 hour.
And then once you do that, and then let's say they finish the project, then you gotta go back into that permit. You gotta report all the inspections.
What about the calls in between?
Yeah, you will get calls in.
Okay.
I mean, you get a lot of calls and stuff. Then once the project is done, then you still have to go back in there and enter in the inspection.
I'm just asking for a rough estimate. Not to cut you off.
10 hours.
10 hours per.
All right, thank you.
It's a lot.
I mean, it's never as, I mean, we can just think about our jobs and that, you know, our jobs may entail one thing, but by the end of the day, you can name 15 other things that you've had to do.
And I get that, man, but there was a reason I was asking that. So when you understand productivity and start figuring out time management, you're looking at, I think Councilwoman Randolph said it was 171 permits. So item averaging, but 171, you divide that in 52 weeks, you're looking at roughly an average of 3 permits a week. And then you multiply that time. I know it's gonna fluctuate depending on how busy it is, but I'm saying average is 3 per week. And then if it's taking 5 hours, so we're looking at 15 hours. Plus and minus, we know it's gonna be some calls in between, we're looking at 20 hours a week. That's why I asked that question. So it's not that I'm trying to catch you, I'm just asking how long it takes to do something.
But not only that, there's to add that, it's 248 work days in a year. So there's 356 days out of a year. So when you take out your weekends and your holidays, you're only working 248 hours, 48 days in a year. So if you're doing like 170, that only comes out to basically about what? About one to two a week, maybe, on permits. But I know it takes more than that. I know it's more time, but you still have to go back and do certain things with these permits. So it's not like you're just doing one, but you want to be involved with that one permit probably several times before it actually goes out. I also take that into consideration. So if we can get this position going, I'm in favor of this, but I just think it's just a couple of changes in the paperwork that needs to be done. And we just need to clarify the salary. It's going to be hourly, and the person will work accordingly to the needs of what needs to be done. So we like a flexible person.
Okay, anyone else? Questions?
I was just couldn't believe I never done a permit before, but I just came with 10 hours per permit. That was the only comment.
All right, so approval, it's on for approval of resolution 2022, new job for the planning building department. It's here, I'm sorry, it's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
I count, who we call it?
You're calling for.
No. I would really like to table this until we get this correction made. My answer right now.
Aye. Vice Mayor Green. Councilman Finn.
Nay. And I'm alone, Ms. Randolph. We take it back to the drawing board, bring it back.
All right, number 2. Approval of resolution 2022-46.
I'm not seeing the
There's
resolution.
no resolution. So this is just to approve the settlement of code enforcement lien for the property at 105 North Wymore Road. So the motion is on the floor to approve resolution 2022-46.
There's no resolution.
My main thing is that make sure we got all. I said for 14,000. I don't know how much time, attorney fees that we deal with this project. I mean, project. It's at least, right, it's at least the 14,000 threshold, but they've told 66,000. So I want to know what our fee that children be going back and forth. So if the settlement on that 14,000, I didn't even have, but I know that attorney deal with this also. So I'd like to know the fees that cost us in the past. What is up to date that we spent on this case.
All right, so we have to, in order to get back to you, we have to, that's it, come back. Okay.
Washington. I think the main point of this whole situation is just actually to get people to take care and manage their property. This is how this had incurred $56,000 of fines and liens for not taking care of the property. But then at one time, another were selling for less, but look at all the headaches that we had to go through in order to get this owner to do what had to be done to the property before enforcement. So I'm in agreement. What was the cost for the attorney fees? And for us to clear $14,000, I'm quite sure several attorneys probably worked on it. Attorney Mosley, probably Attorney Shepherd, maybe at the end, I don't know. If he had anything to do with it.
So myself and Attorney Shepherd did review the case, and Cliff Shepherd pretty quickly handed it off to Drew Smith, who handled the actual communicating of what the settlement offer was. I can tell you that we discussed it. I don't want to get into the details in public for obvious reasons, but he considered it to be an agreeable settlement based on the totality of the circumstances, which we can get into more deeply in another situation. But we can also get our attorney fees that we've accumulated, that we've generated in looking at this issue specifically. Obviously, we don't have this mostly.
Well, until I get the documentation to see exactly what the cost for the attorney fees are, I'm basically going to take this until that's my feelings for me. The case is trying to get documents to see how much attorney fees were for this $56,000 in fine. So 14,000.
So then as a point of clarification, what you're saying is if attorney fees, if there's for 25,000, then you want us to fight for the 25,000 and not the 14.
It don't make any sense. You don't lost money.
But
You don't lost money. If you sell 14, you spent 25,000 attorney fees, and it owes you 6,000. Who wins?
It comes up about $42,000 on attorney fees.
No, I'm
If you sell it for 14,000, the bill is $56,000. That's $42,000 in attorney fees.
but then
No,
my
what I'm saying is the fine is 6,000. But how much time the attorney spent on this situation? Yeah, that's why I don't know the money part. Other than
so
I
then
know
if
they have.
but if it goes to court, then it's gonna be even more.
So I mean,
Right now it's a settlement outside of court, so it seems like the longer, even to have someone take the time to look up the cost, that's gonna cost. But I understand what you're
I
saying.
think we should call some attorney fees. That's what we should.
We should know what the tax fees are. We pay both the tax.
I mean, so
If we get the number, I mean, it's not my favorite issue. Then you negotiate from that point on. I think we should lose our attorney. We spend money on this. It's not our fault. The one that trying to fault that, the title company. It's that lien on the property. So.
all right, so it's been moved and seconded.
I only heard a motion.
But my question is, we do need a resolution for this, and can we come back to that resolution?
You don't technically need a written resolution to authorize this kind of settlement. If you can put it as part of your motion that you move to authorize settlement for $14,000 for the loan property or for the loan title issue. So if you wanted to maybe amend your motion to say it that way, so since there's no actual resolution.
So I'm amending my motion to the motion to authorize the settlement of the code enforcement fee for the property of 105 North Whitewater Road.
For $14,000, is that correct?
For $14,000.
This is what the owner is going to pay $14,000.
Part of it comes from the title company.
So we'll get something.
Right, you get the $14,000 is to pay the city to release the loan.
All right, so I received no motion, no second or motion. All right, so it dies. I'm sorry. Yes, Councilman.
Let me go ahead and take care of this. I move that we pay $14,000 for this to pay something.
Okay, so you're seconding the mayor's motion
So it's-
to authorize the $14,000.
All right, so it's been moved in second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Yes,
Go ahead. I was the only name.
you're the only one.
I'm
You're
sorry,
the only-
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cole, please.
For the total.
We're authorizing the settlement for $14,000.
Aye, I was the only one. Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Nay.
Councilman Day.
Nay. Can we bring it back though? I was trying to see, okay, we bring it back with the pertinent information to go along with how much it actually costs. Fees, and then we could make an educated decision from that. And I'm with Councilman Washington, we can make a decision about all that information.
You ready? All right.
Yes,
Approval of resolution 2022-43, establishing a policy governing charitable donations.
And before you do that, can we go ahead and motion to table this again? Last time we talked about coming back with the fee schedule, the application and all that, make sure everything was in alignment, and came back again, saying information.
Wait, the fee schedule is for the DJC, and you wanted it
And
by
we
the end
talked
of the
about,
budget process, right?
no, it was supposed to be with all this, so we can determine with the in-kind and all that. Last time this was here, we talked about having all of it together, and it came back with all of this.
And this you just want the current fees for the DJC.
So it was talking about the other nonprofits and all that. That's when we got into talking about charitable things or who's allowed in Johnson and other different things. It was supposed to go back and encompass all of that.
So I'm sorry. The fees, so you want a comparison of the fees as well,
No.
or just the
No,
DJC?
Last time you all said
Yes.
the application that we had received, I never received the application to go along with this. For the charitable contributions, remember that's when I started questioning, is council gonna make the decision on what charities and all that? And then you said, well, y'all already had an application. I said, well, I've never seen the application. You all said y'all can send over the application, you said you can send over stuff for in kind and all that, so we can make sure that this resolution flows with the application and everything, make sure that we're in accordance.
Mayor, for the record, you want me to read the
resolution 2022-43, a resolution of the mayor and the town council of town of Eatonville, Florida, establishing a policy governing charitable donations made by the mayor and town council, providing for conflict, severability, and acceptance.
Okay, so you've been asked to table Mrs. King. I forwarded you on May 17th, agenda amendment was the charitable contribution form. Is that the, so we're looking at document, because I do remember forwarding something. I think it was a part of that packet, because I kept it in context. So my request is to make certain that the charitable contribution is in that packet, I'm pretty sure it is, and to make sure that everyone receives it. So motion is on the floor. Is it, if anyone else is in agreement with tabling it? Yes. Councilman,
Okay, this, resolution, it says that the town wishes to address a concern of Orange County government by establishing policies, procedures, for nonprofits, et cetera. But it shouldn't say the town wishes to address. I really want to say that the town wishes to establish policies and procedures. I'm not in agreement with that sentence, and then down where it says, a lot of this is just repeating itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth whereas in response, We need to go by what the statutes say. I mean, if you look at the second one, we need to take out potential or misuse of public funds. It needs to be taken out. It needs to say, well, it was misuse, but it doesn't say potential. It was misuse of public funds dealing with this issue. So we need to make some corrections on that. And also on the last page, for corrections, it says Veronica King, town clerk, or designee. There's no designee for the town clerk. The town clerk is the town clerk. And that needs to be corrected.
Okay, so the whereas would come from the findings. So these are statements from the document reports.
Just some words that needs to be clarified.
My thing with this is, are we only basing this off of what Orange County said, or are we adopting this for charitable contributions as our policy? Because we don't have to say Orange County. We're saying this is what our charitable policy is going to be. It's already going to be perceived by Orange County that they put a policy in place that has a charitable contribution. I don't think we have to mention them.
And I think this was written up because it's here because they requested it. So had they not requested, we wouldn't have it. At some point, we've gotten around to identifying that we need it, but it's only here for them. So honestly, this is like the third or fourth time we've seen this. So it really has been your package. So what are your changes that you want made to it? I did hear Councilwoman Randolph. So take out all the whereas and say,
Whereas to address the concern of Orange County. Right now, we should do our policy. We wish to establish policies and procedures that are probably more correct. Down here where it says potential misuse. Recognize the potential misuse of public funds. Well, it wasn't potential, it was misuse of public funds. That needs to be taken out.
What we're at with that.
The second whereas. And then the fifth one should be, we need to have something in there about what the statute says as far as policies for this particular situation that is addressed. What the statute says, that needs to be in there. So, a little more like it's something that we're doing. Even though I know we want to be in compliance with Orange County. And we need to see what the statute says also. And then the correction on the last page, town clerk or designee, there's no designee for the town clerk. The town clerk is the town clerk. That needs to be taken out. Okay, that's it. Just basically corrections.
all right, so after that, we take it. All right, so did I, Vice Mayor.
This question is for the attorney. Prior to this resolution, we were asked for, well, I asked for records from the entities that receive taxpayers' money, but was told that we're not privy to that. Is this something that can be put in this ordinance or resolution that we are entitled to see where taxpayers' money has been spent? I looked up the Freedom of Information Act for 501c3s, and is there any merit to what the executive director, Mike Johnson, said that information is private from those entities that receive money from the town?
Normally, unless the entity is doing an exceptional amount of work for the town, you wouldn't have members of the public wouldn't have a right to see the documents. However, it's very common, and you could make it part of your policy, that any entity that receives a donation, maybe one above a certain threshold, provide you with records of how that money was spent. Or generally, if you're giving them a whole lot of money, make their records available to you as a town for an audit at a certain time. So that's common, and I've written up agreements basically providing that.
So before this goes into effect, am I entitled to know, to make a public records request for those entities that have received money, to receive where they spent our taxpayers' money? Am I entitled to that?
I don't know, because I don't know what the relationship of those entities was, but most likely not. Unless it was, you were very intertwined, or it says so in another agreement.
So the motion is on the floor to table item number, resolution 2022-43.
Yes.
There's so moved in second.
Second.
All right, it has been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? We need to pause it. It's not waiting.
You might want to pause it.
Pause it.
Please.
We'll take a 3-minute recess, yes.
Well, then that's all. If they're agreeing to do it, or you're just saying, yeah, if they didn't do it, that's wrong. That's out of our, that's a state attorney. I get what you. So, all right.
All right.
Sorry, let's see, yes, you can recommence as long as you are.
All right, the meeting is back in session. The next item on the agenda is approval of invoices from Frank Gay for the repair at Mosley and Ruffle Street. So motion's on the floor. What are you gonna speak?
Second session.
Okay, what is your question, Councilman Mark Daniels?
Ms. English?
It's right there.
So I've asked this question, there's a reason I moved about, I keep asking, how much have we paid out in fixing pipes? I keep asking for it. Every time y'all bring this, I keep asking and saying compared to the previous years. Because I'm trying to get a benchmark, and we got to keep coming back to this, why is this happening?
Well, the current purchasing procedure calls for a certain
So was this one, this first one, we're talking about 5, was this a tie-in?
There's 2 that was a timing, and the other were.
It says Mosley and Ruffle.
Mostly Ruffle was not a timing, it was emergency right in front of the Boys and Girls Club, the city pool, the sewer line collapsed. Wasn't moved approximately 5 feet south, no, west.
It's not Mosley. It's Cal, is that Calhoun?
Calhoun, excuse me, thank you.
Yeah. So this is the one that me and you talked about.
Exactly.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, you're right, Calhoun.
So that's why I was questioning, because I know I questioned this with Ms. Williams once or so ago, that it was supposed to be in Dan, when I seen it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, you're vendor. Right there in front of the Boys and Girls Club.
My next question is, this invoice was dated June 13th, why are we waiting so long to get it? Since precious, and the only reason I'm asking is because we keep having these issues. I want to make sure our vendors are taken care of, and we really need them to show up. So it's past 30 days.
We actually wait on the vendor to send the invoice.
So we need to get on them. They dated it June 13th, they had a due date of July 13th.
Yeah, we actually wait on the vendor to send the invoice.
Exactly, they actually stepped up to the plate. We had like multiple out to the Destiny situation. Not something, but back weeks. And the young man.
Wait, so are you now talking about item number 6?
Yeah, we can wait till we get to that one. Stay on number 5.
Let's go about number 5.
Yeah.
So it's been motion and seconded. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? All right. Item number 6, approval of invoice from Frank A for 227 Tony Street. $9,147.50. This is Tony Street.
Second discussion. Now, is this a tie-in?
It was partial tie-in and then the valve broke.
Okay, who's doing the work? So Frank Gay was doing the work, and then they broke the valve, and then we still got billed for it?
Right, under our instruction. Try to isolate the situation. The valves are very
Very, very shaky, so let me.
So if a vendor's out doing work and the vendor happens to break something, we're gonna automatically go ahead and pay it.
Well, in the certain circumstances, you know, it will put us in a continuous situation simply because they were acting on a good faith and trying to help us.
Was anybody from the town out supervising this society?
I was out there. I wasn't out there at the time you wrote, I was out there for minutes.
And so this was tying the new house.
Yes, yes, sir.
And how much did we get from tying?
Approximately 4,000.
So basically, we don't make anything from it, and we still gonna get out an additional $5,147. And none of our people are trained or equipped enough to be able to handle tie-ins and all those kind of things.
Not at this level, actually. There's a little, we gotta do some more work out there. That's Tony Street is a dead end street, like cul-de-sac. And
So question for you, before we charge roughly 4,000, how much was Brent K charged for tie-in?
slowly. Approximately 3-ish. Original.
High end 3, low end 3.
High end. Yeah, we're in a situation in the current city with the utility. Guys that talked about those fees, I think everyone agrees that the road, especially when you have to tie in, you have to cut the road. There's instances where we think we made money or not, we have to cut the road.
So to be, those are things that need to become at council like right away, because we should be passing on fees on to that person that's tying in. We should not be making, you saying it's high end 3s and it was already 4,000. So we were making them with $100, $200 maybe. And then you go put in the salaries of the staff having to coordinate that, we didn't make nothing.
I think we had this conversation before, isn't it? Wouldn't this be a part of the impact fee study and all of that? So we're currently working up vice mayor.
Also, Mr. English, you know, being from Eatonville, you know, you kind of know everyone. Got a good friend that house was the one on 20th Street when this particular incident happened. And it come to find out that the wrong piping was used. So therefore it was causing low pressure whenever his neighbor would turn on their water. So now when you add in a third, he came and said, Ron, I just can't believe it, you know. He was saying it was from previous, I guess, our public works department. So, you know, in the future, when you're out, you know, can you just check and make sure the appropriate pipes or whatever, cutoffs, whatever being used, so that we don't run into this issue again? Because I think if we had someone supervising, make sure you're using the half-inch pipe or whatever, we wouldn't have ran into this problem of low pressure, and maybe they wouldn't have had to do this and that, but they have to replace all those pipes and one, get the water, you know, the adequate amount of water. You know, it's one of those things that we can look at.
You're exactly right. I had a conversation with a citizen out there who, that's what caused that we discovered that actually reported its pipe supplying 3 existing houses. We discovered change where we had to cut the road with 2-inch pipe across the road. So that's the process. So that's
But do we know who did it?
yes.
Yes, we know who did it. It was us. You know, we have to call their names, it's the town of people that did it.
And he could have been saving us money because he was versed and able to do, and tying it, he was able to do that. But using the wrong pipe, you know, that's just one of those things, like, you know, he was a supervisor, so maybe no one was watching him and say, that's the wrong pipe, you know, so. We live and learn, and we're gonna get better.
All right, so it has been moved and, are there any other?
But we gotta take consideration that these valves get corroded. Water sticks in them from the rain, you know, once you go trying to turn it, they crack and break. But we got, this is what we look at our valves. They corrode. Been down there for years. So that's something we look at as for the works. Walk through so many valves.
All right, so it has been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? All right, the next one is approval of invoice from Frank A for 340 Vine Street.
So,
Is the question, so it's been moved in second, all in favor, say aye. All opposed? Next one, approval of invoice from Frank Gay for 517 South Lake Destiny Drive.
Can you explain?
I'm sorry.
Second is the question.
Okay, so it's been approved in the second.
Attorney Hughes, can you explain?
explain that one on South Lake Destiny.
Yes, sir. Actually, our crews are typically, South Lake Destiny is down there, there's a banquet hall down there, inside of, almost to the end. One of my, workers reported that there was a leak. So quickly, I dispatched the crew down to see if they repaired. We spent the entire day down there. Putting 2-inch pipe, rather big pipe. And we didn't have the equipment, quite frankly, to repair. So, Frank Day at the time was working over on Tony Street. And I said, look, we got a serious problem over here. And they fixed it, they were able to fix it, they brought it in the factor, and I isolated again. The valves, and scooping, what happened at Tony Street, breaking of the valve. I didn't feel comfortable with trying to turn that valve. We were supposed to turn it may break. So got in there and fixed it. And on this particular one, we're going to turn that out for some follow-up work.
Just a quick question for everybody. When they replace this with the valve, are they replacing a new valve where the leak is, so then we can shut that other side down so that we'll have a new valve?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that, okay.
Yeah, I'm ready for it too. Pass it back.
Those right there, those are just a shut off. Those are not shut off for. You have to.
It's covered. Well, they covered up for it.
Yeah.
When you burn.
Yeah, they covered up down there at the park. So that just was showing the work that they've done prior to it.
And I actually had a question on that picture too. Is that electrical tape, the black, or is that a paint? Is that,
It's not,
no, it looks, so is it a black,
it's a black shitty black.
okay.
So do we know where all the valves located in town?
No. We spent, no, we don't. As a matter of fact, as early as today, I signed the work with this quadrant right here and quadrant that includes Lake Lovely. Go and turn on that and spend more time.
Are you sure we know?
We don't,
Or maybe.
I'm pretty sure we don't know where everyone is on.
Right.
No, we don't, because that's where we're going to control it and isolate. Because we should be able to isolate streets, make repairs without impacting
So question for you. So you had to estimate on finding a company to come out and locate the valves in the town, how much you think that would cost us? $20,000, $25,000. We just paid in 5 things, $50,786.55. I would think by next council meeting, we should be able to come with a resolution, find a company and say, okay, it's gonna cost us this. Because then we wouldn't have these problems. We would know where things are located. We would know which ones need to be repaired, and then we can come up with a strategic plan to make sure that we don't impact our citizens. I think our public works can do that. I think we can come up with a resolution and find a company to come in, and so we don't have these issues anymore. I truly believe that we can get this done.
Something that's infrastructure grant that we can do. Probably we got. Something we can do with that.
Well, the water and sewer master plan, that's the, but finding the valves is one thing, but and working is another thing, but they go in.
Right, but we would know which ones need to be repaired, and when something happens,
when we try to turn them, they're like today, just for example, the majority of the water, we were able to turn it, and we documented that by the time they.
But follow me for a second, Mr. English. If it was me, and I'm just saying it was me, I'm not a public works person, I would locate all of them, and then I would notify the citizens in Lake Level that on this day, we're gonna just shut down the water for that area, and we're gonna go ahead and test them, so they will know we won't have water going all over the place and all those different things. We would kind of know, right?
Well, if you were to do that, then you get into a situation.
Right, but, and I understand it, but I think our citizens would appreciate that we took the proactive approach of correcting things instead of letting it turn to a one-day boil of water compared to something bust and we on a 1 week or a 1 month boil of water. It's totally different. It's like, right now, people still think that we're on boil water, and I have been having technical, we're not.
So are we just opening the ground to see if the valve works? Because that, I mean, if we're not going to redo the pipe
He said it's gonna cost $20,000 to locate them and be able
to
to.
locate them, but then you're gonna have to add more to dig down in there, find a valve. They just to see if it works, it doesn't. So that's the plan. That's the plan to just redo.
No, that can happen. Folks have to locate it now for all those valves.
Right, that's what.
It's a map, so it's.
Yes,
I
so
have a drawing
locate
of
it.
And I also talked to one of our 2-year employees that we sent in the last year. And so that information I got from him in conjunction with the information that's on that is not accurate. That's the problem that we're having right out here on Kennedy. We spent an enormous amount of time trying to isolate that. To know if they're based on the map.
So
Some of them got covered, also paid, that's one thing I heard, that some got covered.
Yes, and I believe that too, but there's a way to even find, one.
So I think that's the plan, to find them and have a repiping.
Because especially on Kennedy, if they resurface possibly, I strongly think that they pay right over the top.
All right, so it's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The next one is approval agreement between Blue Sky Emergency Management, DBA Integrity Group.
No, yes.
It's an agreement. All right, so the motion is on 2.
There's a second.
That for lack of second. All right, the next. Did I hear someone say something? No.
I was going to say something. I was going to second with discussion, so.
I can open it back up.
So my discussion is on this, we really gotta look at this contract. And so that's why I'm asking, if you can table it and take it back. But my main question came up with when I went out and I talked to the presenters, and I don't think it was clarified. 7.5% on the existing money, and then it'd be 7.5% on the money to come in also. And I don't see that nowhere in the contract. Which y'all can point out to me.
I'm not sure what contract each of you have, but I noticed that on the agenda that I received, it only had odd number of pages. It looked like it was a two-sided contract that only got one side scanned. So it was missing the even numbered pages. I don't know if that's the same for you guys.
So can we table this, and then I have more questions to ask also. I need to research some more. And I would say this is why it's important not to put stuff on the agenda of this magnitude and want to vote on the same night when it's something of this nature, because 7.5% of $1 million is what, $75,000 roughly. So, and then whatever money we get come in, we're looking at another 7.5%. So I think we really need to have finance break out numbers and be able to show us in conjunction with the ingredient for what we're looking at.
All right, so I'm gonna rescind the original motion. All right, so the motion is on the floor to table until we, number one, make sure we have all our pages. I thought we had this agreement before. And two, to further research in regards to the concerns raised. Is your motion? Move it. Second. So second. Second's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The next was approval of resolution 2022-47.
I don't see that.
It's on you.
Yes, that's the document that was given to you tonight.
Okay. The one that was just added.
Resolution 2022-47. A resolution of the town of Eatonville, town council to hire a police chief at the salary $66,174, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date.
Ms. Reda, you want to speak on that? Do I put on the floor first?
Well, I think we brought this up before, I was going to make it short. We need to fill a vacancy. On each street, we haven't had one here for 5 years. The high police chief for the county. That's what we need to happen. The job is being taken for a while. Make sure the overall vacancies are filled up.
All right, so the motion is on the floor for resolution 2022-47 to hire a police chief. So it's been moved in second. I just wanted to make a statement that I don't think that 66,000, that might be something that needs to be revisited. However, we are looking for, obviously, it has been advertised for a while now. You mean to revisit it? Yes. Yes. For police chief. So that's something that could be.
What's that other thing, man? Because I have a suggestion of how we can probably move some funds around.
Well, in regards to, I mean, what I'm thinking is it's hard to look at what, I'd have to look at what the other cities are paying. However, I know that I'm gonna at least say in the 80s, 90s, if not more, but to be straight, I really.
Got them that was it, right?
Yeah.
Me
I would
looking at other municipalities, when I was looking at the police officers, salaries and all that. The size of our department, we're about the only agency our size that has a deputy chief. So if we take out a deputy chief and have a chief and then go down to lieutenant sergeants and deputies, I think we can probably move some salaries around to help the police department and some incentives and all that. If we do some restructuring.
That's been discussed already. We also look at another option, but yes, you and I are thinking alike on that.
So you thinking we can get rid of the chief and reorganize and then move some salary into a chief and all that?
Correct.
But actually, the background that I was informed, that there's really no such, there is a position that was just created as deputy chief, but there's really, in the ranking of our department, openly, we have chief, 2 lieutenants, 2 sergeants, 1 sergeant, and 1 sergeant, 2, 1 and 1 sergeant. And right now, we're running about 6 officers short. So with the upcoming, by the time we advertise this position, it may be revise the salary range. Hopefully by the time when the new budget starts, we probably should have some candidates, suitable candidates for this position. But the deputy chief person should not be written into the next budget until we get the police chief position filled. And then that position should just go away, because it wasn't a position anyway when we had a police chief.
I would also like to leave that open, if there is a candidate, this strong candidate, they might be retired and 90 would be okay, if that's the case. And if the deputy chief position does serve a need, then the chief can also have a weighting on that. So, but my first thought was to eliminate it completely, use some of that salary to kick up the chief position. But then by the same token, some of the talk is that there are duties that the deputy chief will take care of, the chief would not. And the better person to make that decision to me would be the chief. A good, strong chief would know. So I would at least like to leave it for, hopefully we'll have a candidate. So, but that was my first instinct.
Officer Jenkins had stated that he was going to retire anyway. So that position basically should be great. And not only that, but we need to do something to enhance mobility to our present officers. They have a position for a chief, and we have 2 lieutenants. That's an incentive for our own officers to move up to that position. So that way they can have the opportunity as well to be active chiefs. How are we going to motivate and move our department past where we are if we just keep on with the same thing over and over again, and we're not making any changes? We know there's a high problem in this country with keeping police officers, and I want to do everything. I would like to do whatever we can to make sure that we keep our forces and keep our people here.
So are you saying keep the position, the deputy position?
No, I said we would like to do as much as we can to keep our officers, give them the incentive, so that way when the chief goes on vacation, or he's out, or he's in the hospital or whatever, we have our own acting people who are lieutenants and sergeants that can move up into a rank and be acting as well.
Question for Lieutenant McIntyre. Do we have a board chart for the police department right now? Yes, we do. Can you send that over to me if possible? Yes. Can you send that to me? Yes. And then what's our shortage right now?
We're losing another officer as of about August 16, so we're down about 5 to 8. 5 to 6. In order to make it effective, there's minimum mandatory that we must have in order to function as a law enforcement agency.
we have budget discussion on Thursday. So, Wednesdays. Oh, it's tomorrow.
So-
I said something.
So since we do have that budget discussion, we really need to look at that. We need to look at incentives, bonuses, whatever needs to be done to make sure that we don't lose that. So you say 15, we lose numbers, 15, 16?
The 16. And to just make, for clarity, the deputy position title changed from captain to deputy. It was already council, but it was one that was just a captain position, not the title.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Williams Officer Jenkins, is he still on family medical leave?
No, ma'am, he's done. He came back yesterday.
When he came back yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Do we have any applications for chiefs right now?
Yeah.
Have we interviewed?
We are trying to schedule it this week. I was there at Monday.
How long have we had applications?
I don't know the one, the one that I spoke with, it just came.
So all of
Late
them last
last
week?
week. The first one, I don't know.
The first one came by now.
Can I get a copy of the application, please?
Okay, so it's been, the motion's on the floor, it's been moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, final. Approval of quote for emergency repair on East Kennedy Boulevard. This gonna vote, are we good on this voting, or you want to hear from Ms. English?
I mean, it's $70,000. The county's not on the hook for any of this?
Well, I'm gonna look at it, gentlemen. I'm sending them the letter to see if they will assist us with this. What point I want to make, that 77 is an odd number. A lot of that were unknowns. Since I received the quote, which was Friday, 4:30. I have had some information of the type of pipe. Asbestos pipe, 6 inches thick. The other one, we don't know if it's the service that go into the greenhouse or it's the main. It's the service that just moving the house. We are much better off. It's the main. Definitely something wrong. We won't know until we get up.
Is it a county road?
This is a county road. But we're gonna say it's our pipe. But I think it's worth our effort. Talk to them.
How many other organizations or companies vendors did you look at? How many other vendors did you look at?
Look at 2 of them. One just don't fit you, and you actually recommend the second one. First vendor chose I had that really had several.
Do we have as much already moved into the line item?
It hasn't been moved yet, but I have talked with this.
So we got to do a budget adjustment to pay this, because they asked for a lump sum of $77,640.08 up front.
There's no cost. It's come from afterwards.
But they want a lump sum front, so how are we gonna do it? How are we gonna make it?
It says here line 4650, 536-4650 is the line that she is saying.
Right, it's gonna come, but there's some other lines that we have.
It says lump sum. I'm only going by what you all sent us in the agreement. It says a lump sum payment.
We even got money in there for well points, which I seriously have. On the east side, the only place we ran in water.
Okay. I mean, it has to be fixed because of public safety and all that stuff, so.
It's been a review.
I'm just.
Go ahead, I'm saying, sorry, man. How long will it take for this to take place?
Well,
So within 24 hours, you tell me it's gonna be fixed and ready to go.
we may have to have a play over. Inspection with universal.
Will we have to do a board? But if we do,
It's the service, no.
but if we do, what is our contingency? Do we have step-by-step plan saying, hey,
Yes.
we're gonna notify residents 3 days prior? We're gonna put a flyer, we're gonna do phone tree. We have all that written out. Because I'm telling you, one of the biggest thing was last time, I know they say a phone tree went back out, and I had my phone on me. I didn't get the second one, said that it wasn't more water. So maybe we gotta look at our system, but we need to make sure that people are notified of what's going on.
Our
That was
system,
part of the reason why of the separation. Not many people.
so Mr. English, just a clarification, it says emergency exploration work. So on this motion, then we can say up to 77,000
Yeah.
instead of,
Yeah.
because otherwise.
I think it's when it goes on everything that I knew.
Right.
That's when you put the worst case scenario, because at the time you wrote that, we didn't know it was 12, 6.
So at this point, they know exactly where the problem is, and so when they open up the road, they can fix it immediately, because we're saying within 3 days, but if there's exploration, it won't be.
Well,
It may not be.
You know, water travels to the least consistent, it's gonna be. Fine, but they're gonna open up both those lanes,
Okay.
the through lane and the right hand turn lane. The traffic's gonna be merged with the left hand turn lane, to the south.
So in having to do all of that, they should be able to still open it up, find it, fix it, and all that within 3 days.
Right.
Okay. All right. All right, so approval of quote for emergency, any more? Approval of quote for emergency repair on East Kennedy Boulevard for up to $77,640.08. I'm sorry, where is it? So then, I think that we do need to amend it to make sure it's up to, because if it turns out to be 100,000, we need to make sure we are. All right, so I'm gonna amend that motion to include
Not to see.
not to exceed $77,640.08. So it's been moved in second, all in favor, say aye. All opposed? All right, attorney, I'm sorry, chief. Administrative officers report.
Yes, Mayor, Council. The Eatonville welcome signs, Mr. English has installed 3 of the welcome signs and keep on entering into the town. He still has one left to install. The council CRA retreat, still scheduled for August the 13th. Nobody emailed me back to say that. So are we still scheduled it for the 13th?
So that's a four. Are you available for the retreat? If you're available, can we say aye? Aye. I'm available.
All right, I'll just give everybody 24
All right.
hours.
All right, see you.
Okay, because I want to go ahead and get the agenda out. If it's still a go for August 13th, we held here in Town Hall, because Ben Johnson said it's good for that day. Beginning that morning, I think it's. Status update on Calvin Park retention. The company KO, Mr. English did meet with them to take them out to the next project. They said that they're not able to leave that area this time because it's too overgrown, so we're gonna have to look at getting another company to come out and take a look at that Calvin Park retention area. The fence repairs at Ben Johnson Center Parkway tennis courts about for August the 19th. As of yesterday, Mr. English indicated that 75 commercial meters were delivered last week. Of course, we are waiting to get the software in place that was approved tonight, so hopefully we get that up and functioning. Thank Ms. Gibson says they take 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 30 days, so hopefully not that long. And since Sharon is here, can you just get up and give an overview of the back to school event scheduled for Monday?
The back to school drive has been planned for 4 to 8 on Monday, August 8th. We decided to go with that date because there are a lot of back to school drives that happen on the weekend, and we really want this to be centered for the residents of Eatonville. We have been collecting backpacks. Right now, as of today, we had 76. Our goal was to service 100 kids in Eatonville. Last year, I was coming in, I was only in 10 days to the back to school drive that happened, but it was more like a pop-up shop and a giveaway, and it just, we gotta pick one side. And so this year, we decided to focus more on the back to school drive. Everything is free for residents. Last year, there were haircuts provided. This year, we want to provide haircuts and styles for girls because we do have some little girls that need their hair done for school. And so the goal is 25 boys, 25 girls will be able to get their hair cut or styled for a certain amount. For the whole event, I budgeted $7,500. If we had to pay for everything, at this point, I have enough in my budget to pay for it because I haven't been able to spend a lot of money out of the youth line item. But we have been getting donations for the school supplies. And it's basically gonna be a fun day. So I have an inflatable for games. We have the back to school supplies. They will have barbers and stylists there. The barbers and stylists, if you know anything about our hair, that's a costly expense, but they are doing it for a reduced rate. 15 for haircuts, 25 for girls' hairstyles. It is no relaxers, just natural. Something that the girls can have that will make them feel good about themselves when they're entering into the new school year. DJ, it'll just be a fun event. coupled with back to school supplies.
All right, thank you.
So I want to give a briefing on the Down State. We've had, Deputy McClure, myself and Mr. Johnson had yesterday, to go over the events plan. So Thursday, the actual birthday, August 18th, 11:30 to 1:30 at Interior Design. Luncheon. I think the mayor is sending out invitations to council members and everyone else that's invited to the luncheon. There is no event planned for Friday, August 19th. Saturday, August 20th, from 3 to 11 p.m. The gates will open at 3 p.m. From Tea, Pink Dog, and Cool Breezy. The entertainment will be after 7, case and climax. Sunday, August 21st, the prayer breakfast will be from 8 to 10:30 at here. Okay, the 5 cents to the southwest drive. After that, the church service will be from 11 to 1. St. Lawrence Church will be hosting church for that event. Then later on that day, the gates will open at 1 p.m. for the event that will go from 1 to 8 p.m. Entertainment headliner is Book Fair. King South, DJ Trucker, Andrew Love, and franchise players from the Jackson, Tennessee. Tickets are $35 for the day of the event. Early bird is $25. Council members can request or will request up to 5 tickets per each council member. Residents, they will receive 1 ticket per household, and anything after that, they will need to show proof of residency, and their tickets will be early bird rate at $25. That's about it. We will have a final meeting scheduled for next week, but we don't have a date set.
One ticket per household, per day. It's location.
Location is on the school property. Yesterday, Mr. Johnson said he had 250 tickets sold.
Confirmation from the school board that they're allowing the concert on the property. Can I have confirmation?
As of yesterday, he was still waiting to receive that. I don't know if he secured it yesterday or not, but he was waiting to receive that yesterday.
The fee is already been paid. He's
Yeah,
waiting
the
to get it
fee is already been paid. The school board property in the back of the library. So all that area back there. So the parking situation, the parking route changed, and Lieutenant Director helped me with this. So people will come off of Bible Road and go directly on the school board and park over on that side of the school board, and all the entertainment will be over here behind the library.
So they don't park, they don't park the soil.
All that field, yeah. Anything else you need to add to that?
We build with public safety.
We're still working on public safety resolution. Main Street, Johnson, Community Corporation. I'm supposed to present him with documentation to what I recommended amount of compensation is, and he's supposed to pay a deposit on 15.
deposit? We just went through this now.
Well, just like Dora had to do, they had to give half their money at a time certain. and then their money balance to that.
What about purpose?
He has his special events for that application.
As it was turned it in.
He turned it in, yeah.
He actually stated he have a permit that he got for even for my binocular, but he asked from the town of Eatonville for $150 he paid for it. And the only question that I had was to whether it has permission to speak for property, because he did not get any documentation of any permit. And one of the things that I mentioned was, you're gonna sell alcohol on school board property, I'm sure there's a facility use agreement, not supposed to. And I researched today, section 11 in the paragraph of the school code said that it's not supposed to be alcohol there. So until we find out it's inclusive as to whether or not we want to have an event at that venue. And generally, the discussions that we've had and the communication between my command staff, it became very, I would say, heated in the room as far as law enforcement. How many law enforcement officers were going to use? And only on the premise that he wanted to save money. He and or that's why I gave a deadline of August 15th. We're still in the process of making sure that we secure all of public safety funding and legal also. And as of tomorrow, he's going to get documentation as to what we're asking. And summary of all of our meetings that we had.
Has the MOU been prepared yet? No. Has insurance been identified and documented?
He did express that he has all the insurance, naming the school board as an additional insurer.
And Tom Deepville?
And that wasn't stated.
Tom Deepville, if we're saying that we'll let another entity represent us, the town of Eatonville has to be additional insured. Attorney, am I right?
I'm not sure what you mean by represent you. Is it taking place in the city on town property? Or anything like that? You don't have to be additional insured ever, but it'd be a good idea if you're.
It's supposed to be a town, it's supposed to be a town event that was put on by someone else.
If it's a town event, then you want to be insured for sure.
Yes, and plus they're using our name, the town of Eatonville.
Yes, if they're using
So
your name.
we don't allow our agents, so there needs to be a certificate of additional insurance. We went over this at the last meeting.
Yeah.
And Attorney Shepherd made it very clear that, yes, that's what we do.
If it's a town event, you definitely want to be insured. Whether they do it by an additional insured or some other means, they need to provide insurance, or it would be highly recommended. They will require that.
It's fence and then put up also.
And my understanding is, it is Johnson believe that because it's on private property, now maybe it has an additional insurance.
Did you ask that question? John?
Yes, I did.
Well, I can say this here. If you don't have insurance, it's not going, it should not be happening.
Right.
Because we're not going to be liable for something and we're not insured. I do a lot of events that I must have additional insurance on my policy for what I do. And if you don't have it, when you show up, if you don't have it, you've been given ample time to submit it, then you're not going to be on these people's property. Plain and simple. So we need to make sure that we enforce that issue about insurance, business liability insurance.
As it relates to the county.
Well, he stated that he doesn't have to have an attorney. You're saying that it would behoove him.
This is an event being held for the town of Eatonville.
It's at Eatonville Main Street, and they're doing the Founder's Day, so. And we can send it over to you to take a look at it.
Right. It's hard for me to imagine a situation where we wouldn't recommend it, requiring them to make you additional insurance.
Exactly. Also, I'd like to have the copy of the permit tweets of what he submitted. And I can fly. See how I said that, Deputy Chief? I would like to see his insurance also. You know, saying that he has it. I would like to see a copy of that if you don't have it.
I do not have.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can make your mom say anything. So I'm saying, keep, Vice Mayor would like a copy of the insurance document for this event, if that's possible. I'm not violating anything. Thank you.
They should provide a certificate of insurance. It should be, it's a common request.
Right. And the MOU, that required, or that's beyond our scope of asking for stuff as well?
If they're doing it for the town of Eatonville, no, you certainly wouldn't hurt some kind of contract.
Yes.
Showing what they're doing.
So since we didn't have anything to do with this, it was all the mayor saying, get the MOU done so we can all cover ourselves. We're not asking, we're telling you so that we can be covered as far as insurance goes and as far as a contract of understanding what's required in town and what's required in this organization to throw this event on in our city.
I think it also makes me notice because initially it said that each household will get 2 tickets. Now it's down to 1 ticket. I think all that needs to be MOU.
So, I did address that second point before, that was the initial, I've addressed that. The second thing in regards to the MOU, only if it's required for like, I will make certain that all the other items, the town is protected and all of that, but this is not about it. It's not, and I'm not even, are you finished before this, town attorney?
I don't have much to report. The enclave development is proceeding through site plan process. The River property development is on schedule for August 18th for the planning and zoning for the comprehensive plan portions of it, and they'll be coming here afterwards. Nothing else. I say if you have a question.
All right, Councilman Daniels.
First, thank you, Mr. Jenkins, coming. I had some of the same concerns. So, Ms. Williams, if I can get a copy of the garbage contract. I've already addressed the power lines over the trees. Man, I'm feeling some kind of way for you to say that, you know, you always say you're trying to protect the town, but then we ask for MOU and then you turn around and say you don't think that's important. I don't think you have the best interest of the citizens by saying something like that. I mean, any other place will have MOU and understanding and all that. And Lieutenant McIntyre, you say it was said that it's not a town function. Was that what was said? What was said?
Right. It was more, it's on private property, it has nothing to do with the town.
So our final state has nothing to do with town. So I'm expecting that anybody else who would come and do a festival of this sort in our town, that all rules apply to that organization. And I'm going to expect that's going to happen. Man, for you to allow someone to come in to the historic town of Eatonville and say it has nothing to do with the town of Eatonville for our Founders Day for our 135 years.
I don't think that's what he said, though, but go ahead.
Ms. Williams, was that said?
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Williams, thank you, Ms. Williams.
But No, that's not what I meant. When I say it, that's not what was said. It was, he was saying it's on that property. And I'm not going to defend him, but I'm hearing the words. But it's the intended, go ahead.
So I'm gonna finish my report, because I'm not going to have work today and go back and forth. I will be asking Attorney Shepherd on tomorrow on the water authority that the mayor has to enter into this agreement to allow the state. I will be asking that on tomorrow, because she has that authority. Also, Matt, section 4.01 of the charter, the fiscal year of the township begin on the first day of October and end on the last day of September. 4.02, submission of budget on before the first day of August of each year. The mayor should submit to the town council a budget for the ensuing fiscal year and an accompanying message. Haven't received it.
No, you haven't. And I stated before that we were behind in the budget and we were behind in I did state it to you when you wanted to have the finance department also take the CRA finances. And I said that couldn't happen because we're behind those two things. So I do understand the charter, and as soon as we finish the budget process, then the budget will be provided.
Back 135 years old. Florida statute states every year that every municipality is supposed to have an audit. So we will not stand behind that it's audit time and budget time. We knew that was coming. We knew October 1 of last year that budget and audit time was coming back in. If we looking for excellence, we got to do excellence. We really got to do that. And I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to budget meeting on tomorrow. And I hope we have some transparency. I have been doing my research on the numbers. So I hope that staff has really been working together to ensure that we have an adequate budget and that we're not going to have this budget that's pushed through and not accountable. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I won't be before you long, but I'll be done until I'm finished. Mr. Jenkins, I want to thank him. He's always been a stickler on sanitation. He's always gotten with us about the garbage trucks and the leakage that we have and asking for better from our sanitation. So I just want to thank Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Novak, I saw the contract as well. Had a couple of issues about the executive director, Mike Johnson, and the contract. Asked the attorney that night for the record, have you reviewed this contract, attorney? And the attorney said no. The contract was still voted upon. As a matter of fact, I think Councilwoman Gardner at that time and Councilman Washington voted yes for it without even having the attorney to look at this contract. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure. You wasn't on the board. Yeah, you got it. You got it. My mistake. They didn't vote for it, but they did ask for the investigation into the contract. So maybe I was wrong with that, Mr. Novak, but I wasn't wrong on asking them for the investigation that they both said no. Mr. Rackard, to him, I agree totally. Mr. Johnson, I didn't know he was a racist, but he brought it to my attention. The other stuff I knew about, and I think that something needs to be done about that. Ms. Dawkins also has written everyone. She didn't write everyone. She wrote me asking for could she help out in the department, and no one got back with her. So I forwarded to Mrs. King and the attorney Shepherd, and I also forwarded hopefully to Mrs. Gibson. So we're saying we don't have help in our finances. Maybe Ms. Dawkins can come. She has the experience of working with the comptroller. So let's get with her and see if she can help out in that way. Also, we need to get our pool up and functioning. I went to an event where a young boy drowned on a cruise ship, and I thought it would be an excellent idea to have the town partner with him and his foundation and his family so that we can provide swim lessons for our kids that don't know how to swim. Also, Mr. English, there's a crosswalk sign that's been down for maybe about 3 weeks now. Right there at East and Kennedy. The crosswalk sign has been hit by a car, it's down. Also, I asked you about the manhole cover on Kennedy and Washington. There's the covering, there's exposed wire right there on the right of way. Check that out. And since we all remember everything, Mayor, I've asked you for the account for the salary cameras, the monitoring service. I got a email from Ms. King from, I guess, Ms. Bradshaw saying that the service has been down for a year. But I asked for the monitoring service again, and I'm asking for the 4-digit of the account. And I'm asking for those tapes so that I can see from the time that it started to the time that it went down. I would like to view those tapes. That should be my public records request. Also, we need a lobbyist in Tallahassee. Also with the grant writers, we need a lobbyist. And couple more things here. Where are we at? And this is for the mayor. She can give me an email. I don't need her comments. She can send me an email on where we are with Mr. Benderson and his back pay. Ms. King, is it possible, can I have the applications on all the CAOs that have applied for the job? And Ms. King, if you can give me just a little synopsis of how's it going as the clerk. Just let me know how that's going, and I'd like to know. Also, Attorney Schumer, I received this, and you gave the job description of the mayor and the powers under the charter. I appreciate that. The one that hit me the most was the mayor has the power to appoint and hire an interim town clerk, town attorney, and chief administrative officer. I just think it was enlightening, because the same mayor tried to do the same thing maybe about a year or so ago. It was shot down saying it wasn't in the charter, but the charter hasn't changed. The only thing that's changed is the attorney come up with this ruling, which we knew already, but they didn't want to go with it because it wasn't in the charter. And let's just say Councilwoman Gardner was one spearheading that, but now that we see it's in the charter, it is that a mayor can appoint an interim CAO or interim town clerk, interim attorney. It's just comical to me that it happens now, but thank you for your insight, and I'm continuing to read through this as well. And my last thing is I never forget Braylon Daniels. I'm never going to forget Michelle Cole. Never going to forget Confidence Pringle. And I'm never going to forget Jackson, who was told to investigate the Daniels brothers. Have a good evening.
Councilman.
I just have several things coming up. On the dumpsters, we talked about that years ago. On Front Street, dumpsters should not be allowed. I think we got rid of about 2 or 3 of them, Kennedy. And I did talk about the one right at the nursery that is still there, and the one down at the hair salon, place. So those something we need to offer them, those containers like we did other companies, businesses on them on Kennedy, because if they're not in enclosure, they violate our policy, like we violate our policy too, because we don't have one hours enclosed on our property. So you definitely need to get these dumpsters off the front street. They don't look good. Like I said, I traveled through Tavares. They have the small main street, and they have all those rollaways, those small dumpsters that we have residents, because trucks cannot get on these. Those trucks are damaged roads anyway. So those big dumpster trucks that come to dumpsters. So that's what they don't use. And about Main Street, that's something that I try to stay away from, because I know that it's non-political people involved in that. They're supposed to be. That's what the lady said when we got Main Street. It's nothing to do with council, mayor, or anybody. Main Street is the whole non-functioning thing. A lot of cities have 2 or 3. Orlando have several. So we get them sit up here and feel about sit on them and think about who do something on College on Edgewood Drive, College Park, what they do down in downtown with Main Street. So those people do what they're supposed to do with Main Street, not dealing with town council commissioners, nothing like that. That's what it's made for, to do things in your community. Not sit here and dictate and tell you who do what, do this, do that. Because we did a I think years ago we did a farmers bill. There wasn't no MOU involved, there wasn't no kind of notice was involved. We did an event. And that was the town event. It wasn't on Main Street. The town, that was a town event, because the town gave money, we allocated funds for that event. The town did, on the town side. Not giving to an agency and say, oh, we still the town. No, it's not the town. They tell you that, you separate from the town. You know, they tell you that in Main Street. So let's get these stories right when you don't know what you're talking about the town doing something. The Main Street is doing. And they tell you that it's separate. It's definitely separate. So that's all I had at the time.
Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you very much. It's getting kind of late here, but I have one thing that I want to show tonight. Mrs. King, can you say, I do have quite a few things on my council report, but I'm just gonna table that until the next time because of the time frame. But I do want to have a picture of a incident, a report. Mrs. King, they can set it up. And what I'm going to show you here is, there were several reports that was a little over a week ago, and it was on Amador. There are boards with nails that are sticking upright. There's 3 different pictures of boards, and I believe it may have been, when you put them all together, it would probably maybe about 15 feet long. 3 separate boards. There were kids playing out in the streets, playing basketball, and they were playing anywhere from 10 feet, 5 to 10 feet, bouncing the ball back and forth. The neighbors have been, say that they have been reporting that this type of incident has been going on in the neighborhood. And I'm just putting a message out there. The police did call the police department. They sent someone out there, Mr. English went out there, and took the boards up with the nails and was straight up. If a car wouldn't have come by, or an innocent person walking by, they could have easily harmed or endangered that person. And not only that, but then a liability on the town. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that these types of incidents should not be tolerated in our neighborhoods. So the person have problems with someone parking on the streets or parking in front of their house or on the side or whatever, then they need to take that up with law enforcement, not to do things such as this. So I just want you to be aware of it. There is a case number that was provided by Officer McIntyre. So I'm just going to put that out there. If you see something, say something. And we need to make sure that we keep our neighborhoods safe and out of the reach of people who's trying to do things to harm other people. So I don't know what's the motive behind this, but it should not be tolerated. So I just want everybody to be aware of it. Okay, so these pictures were taken on the day and it was investigated. So everybody be aware of it. Yes. But apparently it must be, people must be parked in there or something, and someone doesn't want them to park there, so they put nails with plywood sticking straight up with a position. That's just mean. I wasn't supposed to say that, but that's being mean. That's a mean act. That's an act of meanness, not kindness. All right, thank you very much.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I did have a statement with packets, but I chose not to. I mean, some things you just can't just give your energy to, but I do say this. Founders Day is for the town. One of the reasons it may seem like I'm pushing back or not pushing back is because of what you witness and you see You've seen it since March 15th, I keep saying. It's not about MOU, it's not about anything, it's about everything that can be done to stop, to block. It's not about not being transparent. One of the reasons you know half the stuff is because I put it out here. Many of the reasons the predicament we're in is because it was backdoor. And you know about it because I brought it back to the front. Founders Day should be just that. A time that we remember where we came from. Have fun, be festive, just enjoy. But again, I guess at the right time, I will say more, but it's time to stop with the negativity. I'm sleepy, y'all are sleepy. Everyone drive carefully, and thank you for coming out. With that, I move that we adjourn. All right, it's been moved. I'll second.